You got a couple of minutes. You're
Start
going to be a couple of minutes,
streaming.
aren't you? I can make a brew.
I'm streaming. We're starting.
Oh yeah, already.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I don't know whether we should have put a trailer on it or something.
Yeah, go on, do a trailer. Don't hurt, does it?
I'll just check. Connect streaming software. Viewers will be able to see your stream. Excellent condition. We are live. And
Very carefully.
I could get them videos in, couldn't I? I think it will do a quick short.
I shall say this only once.
Upload this premiere intro, and then I'll do that through the Discord. We're going to be going over Soundleys Bridge on Steep.
No, it's not Soundleys Bridge.
No, well, it's not anymore.
It's
It won't be by the end.
It's Dave's Bridge. Yeah, Dave took it back.
No, we're on a take it back right now.
Go and get your brews done. I'm going to put this intro on.
Listen to my words very carefully.
Listen to me very carefully.
Don't debate something that is or is not objectively true.
I have done personal calculations in the military, well, for fuel consumption, that only work when we're on a sphere.
If you want to get into it, the Earth isn't quite a sphere. It's a little bleh. Its spin is a little bleh. Stretched it, made it slightly oblate. It's a little bleh.
Yep, it's still a sphere though.
It's
I need to.
let's see. How do we go about
I got a
it?
desk.
There has to be bending water. You know, there just has to be.
We have measurements showing what the actual geometry of the bridge is.
It is not curved, you twat.
If anybody wants to check this math, that's the chord.
Well, math is kryptonite to flirt.
In non-Euclidean geometry, straight lines can curve.
Bam! Water levels give you horizontal.
Those are fighting words.
So people have known that the Earth is spherical for thousands of years. You know, everything else we take a picture of is a sphere.
I didn't need to do any experiments. You know, I just looked at photos.
This is all susceptible to analysis.
But could the Earth be a disc? Could it be flat, but it's actually still shaped like a disc, not like a sphere?
It's all about attacking the globe.
That's the whole point.
Well, there we go then. In a mathematical sense, a straight line can be curved.
And there it is from the side. You're not going to see curvature
the Earth is round.
from the side.
I'm using laws of math and physics to show Earth is flat.
It's not okay
Doubt the globe.
to think that the Earth is flat.
The St. Lawrence River has been
round.
the U.S. Geology Society has measured this river to be 8 meters higher at the mouth than at the source.
I don't really know what's going on right now.
Interesting that shape that you just showed us there, Jesse. Would you like to expound on that?
3 coplanar points. This shape right here?
Yeah.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat.
Bam! Water levels give you horizontal.
Well, it looks curved to me.
The surface is not curved, you twat.
Exactly. It's level.
Tangent to horizontal.
Curved.
It's not curved, you twat.
It's awesome. It is
it's an amazing
It is an amazing piece
of architecture,
construction.
really. Yeah.
It is. The way I phrase it is 3 coplanar points to the curvature of the Earth.
It really is.
It's a man-made monument. It really is.
I totally agree with that.
It really is.
Not curved, you twat.
And we're looking in that direction, which looks that way. See how that looks? You're looking out 3 coplanar points.
Got a low volume.
And so the curve drops away from the horizontal tangent downward like that. That's how it works.
Right.
3 coplanar points. I don't
You
know why
might have
people
to
can't
click on the
understand
video in order to get it, get it to come up. You probably hear the full volume.
I had to go underwater.
This is what the geometry actually is. We're talking about the actual shape of the Earth.
I nailed that.
This is what it should look like. This is what it feels like.
Probably had to turn it up louder.
Correct.
Cell phones usually real tricky.
I was going to say, I can't really hear it either.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
Anybody
Let me
else?
see.
I'm on.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it either. I had to click onto YouTube.
Yeah, well, it's just that thing. I was just, while you lot were getting ready. But we're on live. We're now going.
We'll steam ahead.
DP back with his brew. Everyone here? Everyone ready?
Yep.
Ready?
It's a bit of a boring screen.
Let the good times roll.
Right, so this is us going over an old clip of me when I went over to Gem Pandas. Of the very few occasions that I've had to talk to these people, this is a pretty old one. Although the geometry and the geometrical argument hasn't changed, it has progressed on. From what I knew back then, I know a little bit more now, but it's very revealing going back over all of this other stuff. So, you guys are in you're all in here. I will play. If you want us to stop let us know and I'll try and sort the volume levels out between here and the YouTube. So if I play this, you let us know how it goes. This be the intro and everything.
3 coplanar points, and bam!
The Earth is flat.
Radius of the Earth.
On the level. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is. Level.
It
really is.
Level. And bam!
The Earth is flat, and this is a fact.
Well, also, I went over with you about the bookshelf thing, about how you can have a bookshelf that's level, one that's flat, one that's level and not flat, one that's level and is flat, one that's both flat and level.
The problem is
it's neither.
Right, we just check. Sound good for everybody in there? Looks like it's good. Sound good on the tubes. Jolly good. We'll carry on.
Sounds good here, yeah.
He said nothing about flat. He said level is horizontal.
But he's using that to say that it's flat.
So horizontal plane. Yeah, right, guys. It's a very specific position.
My walls are flat, but they're not horizontal. My walls are flat, yet not horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, he's not saying that all things are flat or horizontal. He's saying all things that are level or horizontal, and all things that are horizontal or flat.
Oh, okay.
The problem is with the definition. The problem is with the definition of level. You got one of them a straight line, a straight flat line. Another one's the exact opposite. It's a curve. It can be a curve or whatever.
Who said that?
Like not straight.
How do you have something that is both straight and not straight?
I'm on your side of this.
Yeah.
That's what they'll say though. It's two opposing definitions.
Let
of the
them
word.
say that, and then we'll hear it
Okay,
from their
okay.
mouth, right?
From the very beginning, let's get this part straight. When we're talking about a great circle, and it's being
You still need to sort your
analogous
mic
to a
out.
straight line in flat plane geometry, we're not saying that it's flat or straight in every sense.
Right, do you hear that? That's curved, saying right at the beginning that when he's saying flat and straight, they don't actually mean flat and straight. They've got to have a little bit of wiggle room in flat and straight. I'll go over it again.
Well,
Definitions
let
of the
them
word.
say that, and then we'll hear it
Okay,
from their
okay.
mouth, right?
From the very beginning, let's get this part straight. When we're talking about a great circle, and it's being
You still need to sort your
analogous
mic
to a
out.
straight line in flat plane geometry, we're not saying that it's flat or straight in every sense. But there is an analogy to it being straight, whereby it's neither curving left nor right. There's other things to go into with it, but we don't really need to. You need to quit acting
Is there
like
any
we're-
sort of
excuse me,
curvature
Bab,
to it?
Bab. No, stop, wait.
You still need to
Calm
sort
this
your
down.
mic out.
Thank you. Now, like I said, we don't treat this or proclaim it to be the same thing as a straight line in flat planar geometry. That is a straw man argument, and you guys need to stop making it. I'm going back to eat now. Now argue honestly.
Gem Pandas. He's a moderator. Curved. I'm not too sure what he said. Something about straight and curved, but they don't mean straight and curved, and you don't mean that a circle's straight or not curved. But
funny thing is, he came up with the same argument as 50 did.
Yeah, it's like just left and right. It's like up and down.
Left or right.
Yeah. Bendizontal, but it's a bendizontal on a flat plane. Right. I did have somebody over there the other week say about the Great Circle is a horizontal. And I think that's what he's trying to say there, but they're not saying, he doesn't want to say it's straight because that sounds ridiculous, obviously. Carry on. That's how it opens up, right? You've just appeared over there, and now it's confusing the issue on what straight is. There we go. Carry on. Okay, right. So, can I ask then again? What is the definition? Like, do you have two? You've got one that produces a circle and one that's a straight line, right?
Okay,
Talk to me again. What do you want to know?
Real simple. This is real simple. Just make another word that means each to different concepts and stop debating about what one word means. It's level and curved.
No, you guys are here, right? Do you hear that? That's the first time I ever heard Soundly, probably. That's him. Just stop debating whether level is horizontal. Just make up some other words for it and be done. Stop arguing. And I think
the Ruhif school of
yeah, stop going
definitions.
Go away. Stop talking about reality. We're not bothered about that. We just want to live in our bit where level is curved. He's leave us alone. Talking about the shape of the earth. Right?
No, you're conflating two different concepts with the same word. Just stop doing that shit so we can move forward.
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Bev, I did see
So that's me. I'm conflating two different concepts with the same word. That would be level. Whereas I say it's horizontal. And that's me that's conflating it. Nice.
Video on the rumpus versus whoever, the other guy who was talking, and you had the little diagrams of the water level and the pipes and all this, and like, dude, I just think you didn't extend the full arguments of the like, this really isn't a thing, man. Please, like, I guarantee you both people on both sides understand what would happen in the water pipes experiments on a flat earth or globe earth if extended and exaggerated rigid or exaggerated around the curve of the earth. Either way, we all know what it would look like on both models.
And
so
what's
this is
then?
like so waste of time.
Right, so then there's a difference. That sounds like Brenda. I say he can't tell the difference. Right? There's
on
the two different models that you have.
So
there
stop
is
talking
a
about the words and let's do the experiment.
Okay.
Seriously.
Experiment as well. Right. So who said that?
This is the press Don.
Right. Are you speaking for who you speaking for? Because I've had a lot of people tell us that there's no difference.
In what?
Okay, dude. I'm sorry, but don't pay them any time, dude. I would tell you, just stop talking about this.
Right,
you see what the water would act like on both models, so stop talking about it.
Okay, so would you say then that if it was over a mile and we put a tube in the center?
Yeah, just stop talking about it. That's all they want. So, be quiet, go away, please.
Well, he says in there, like, don't be silly. You know what the water would be like in both models. Well, no, I only know what the water's like in reality, and I can't imagine it curving, to be honest. So I don't know. They're all. It sounds like they're all together trying to work the head on people to make people confused about very, very simple things.
Absolutely. We make it simple, they complicate the hell out of it.
Yeah. There we go. Would you say there would be a rise for that bit in the center?
So see, you see, this is the point where, like in your video, you're not. There's 4 ways that you could see the diagram, right? So when you're saying if we put a pipe and then a pipe in the middle, you got to say either you created this pipe system following spirit levels along, or you kept it rigid on
water
purpose.
level,
okay,
dude.
so it's different. So you need to set up the experiment. You know what I mean? And then do it. Dude, we all know what's going to happen.
What? Go on.
So
What's
don't
going to
give
happen?
me your open-ended question. You haven't even told me the premise.
What's
of
going
the
to happen?
experiment,
What
but
do you think's going to happen?
I'm not sure. I think
Oh,
if we
well, you
force
said
the
we all
line, I
know
mean,
what's
we
gonna
might see
happen.
some pipes go right off into space if we kept it fucking solid, rigid as we could. Maybe if the Earth is a globe, that shit'd go straight off into space. You know what I'm saying? If exaggerated.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
That's two different.
Like what?
Wow.
It would go straight off into space if the Earth were a globe. I mean, what are they saying? I mean, what's going on? So I think the most of the things that I've heard over the last few days is when they basically say that wouldn't work on a globe. And you go, but that is what happens in reality. So what you're basically saying is, it doesn't work. Your model doesn't work. It's crazy that they can just keep on believing and not see it. It's plain to see.
Yeah, it is.
Different setups.
Making a load of
there's two different setups you could do.
If you keep something level, for whatever distance over a mile, make sure it's level the whole way. There's nothing to tell you that thing's flat or straight or anything like that.
Right.
So you can't tell. Are you a two-dimensional Earther? Are we having?
No, I'm telling you that just by doing that you can't tell. The way Slice Sparse Kane was going to do it was he was going to make that pipe, and he was going to make a camera so you can see straight down it, so you can make sure it was straight, and then determine after that where the water line was on the whole
That
thing.
is a cool way to make it rigid. That's really cool.
So is that the way? Nutsack drop, right? Let's hear it for the Kozlowski nutsack drop. The hump's been getting a bit of it, but as soon as Slice Bar Kane comes out, we're back to the nutsack drop, measurable, right? It's nice of all of these people. I mean, this is an old one, of course. There's been less talk about the Slice Bar Kane bending water level experiment. But you never know. Now with unleashing the dark shark, we might just be able to do a little bit better. But yeah, Slice Bar Kane is getting a shout out here from Kosho.
Behind that.
Is that the way that you said would be no good? Because that wouldn't work.
He just said it's fine.
Oh, right, but you were not when you said earlier.
Yeah, because he didn't describe that. He was saying that you could see if it's rigid, and you were saying you could see it's level. I'm saying that those two things wouldn't be the same thing, but you could just make sure it was rigid or make sure it was straight by doing going down the camera and making sure that they're level.
Can somebody explain how that's supposed to work? Slice Bar Kane's idea, because I'm not up to date on that one.
Well, I don't know if he ever accomplished it, and he said that he was on Jose's talking about it the other day, but he was talking about having basically like a long hose with like tubes going up at different segments of it.
Meters.
Right, hold on.
15 times 100.
That's fine, Bev. Hold on though.
Because
this guy hasn't heard this. Hold on for a second, Bev. Hold on.
You don't seem to know what you're talking about.
Bev, please stop speaking. Okay, please, for 1 second. Anyways, and along this hose, there's like
he's telling me to stop speaking, and you'll find out how much he knows now.
These
he doesn't know shit about anything.
Tubes so you basically have a liquid going all the way through this bottom hose upwards, and then again it's coming up on these tubes. You'd have a camera that would be looking down those upward tubes so you can see that it's going a straight line, and then you would determine that the water is the same level on those lines.
Not very pleasant, Sly.
I'm not so sure he'd appreciate that. He's not doing the same test as what he already did the first time.
I'm describing that test, Bev. I'm not describing something that he's doing that's new.
Well, yeah, that was designed to fail. All the water leaked out of it. It didn't work. Didn't get anything done with that one. So he's gone to a new test.
Right, Slice Bar Kane's first water level test, bending water level experiment, He did it at the side of a canal, but on the towpath, and didn't think to account for the towpath changing elevation. And so he said there was too much water pressure in it that he couldn't find all of the leaks and the water kept draining out. So complete and utter failure. But I mean, he did make a camera out of it, and he's still got all of the equipment for what he's doing. And then we've never heard anything else. So we've offered Slice Barcane to come and have a chat about his water level test. He's has got an experiment. Obviously, we just got a concept and an idea based around the geometry. We don't know what Sly's doing, but yeah, I'll carry on and see if I explain the second half of his test. That he's calling the bending water test 2. And like, he's one of your guys' top guys, right? I mean, he's.
Are you going to describe it, Bev?
I thought you would
describe his new test. I just described it. You said that's his old test, and so you say he's got a new test. So go ahead and describe his new test, Bev.
He's got 15 100-meter water levels, like mine, but just loads of little ones. 100 meters, and he's going to put them all in a line along the side of a canal. And he's going to look down, and then I think he said something about he's going to get a little foam-powered boat with a little thing on the side, and he's going to get the laser level from the canal to the side of these things. I don't know. I mean, you'll have to watch it. He won't really talk to us about it, so I can't really speak that much about his water level test. And he won't talk to us about his test.
Me and Jesse did something similar to that with Little Tinsa's Bayou experiment. But we used, we just measured from the water level up to a certain height.
You put lights on it, is that one?
Yeah, put lights, yeah.
Yeah, is that Sly?
No, that was me.
Who was that?
Soundly and Jessica's last.
Oh yeah, I think I'd seen that. Yeah. So you just measured up from the water, right?
Right.
Yeah. Did you see the one that Tony did out showing that afterwards?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he showed us that the other day. All the lights are moving about all over the place. They're up and down, and so it's not.
You're talking about my video?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, you're moving up and down.
Yeah.
That's what we expected to happen. That basically everything conformed to what we expected.
Yeah. So sometimes it went up and sometimes it went down, and so basically, really, you can't look at anything. It's no use looking and using a camera to sight anything because
which is
moves, right?
Right. Well, that's what everybody wanted to argue about, but then you put the GPS on it and you realize that it actually does conform to that. That's the whole thing. That's why the last experiment we did pretty much answers all the questions.
Did you put the GPS on it? Oh, you mean the GPS on the big bridge?
Right. Exactly.
Right. Do you get that? You can go over it again if you want at some point. But he said that everyone was always arguing about refraction and all of that sort of stuff. But he's sorted it with his last experiment, which is the bridge. So Soundly thinks he's sorted everything with the experiment of the bridge. Now, I'd say I base my stuff around horizontal and vertical, but not because of it's a water level or anything, but those are the frames of reference everybody uses. They're just all the reference frames, and if at every point where you go along the vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, then I just can't wrap my head around how there is any curvature there. That's why the bendizontal was such a joke, because that's literally what you've got to have in the concept in your mind, is that the horizontal and the vertical aren't actually perpendicular, or perpendicular is anyway. So here we go. We're going into the bridge part now. Yeah, well, we're going to have to go over that, but I mean, yeah, you seen that it was 5.8 meters all the way across it, right, on that one, on that bridge, but you like
It was basically the pretty much within centimeters of, each waypoint was within centimeters of each other, like within the error range for GPS for the GPS.
Yeah, 5.8 meters above the. Well,
I don't know the exact.
He said within the error range of GPS, which the other video that he did with Jesse, he should have known because Jesse was talking about it. The error range on the horizontal plane for positioning coordinates, triangulation, that is about 2 to 3 centimeters accuracy, but it is greatly reduced in the vertical, obviously because the towers and the triangulation's slightly different, but it's about 10 centimeters. Now I think that's a 10 centimeter plus or minus, but if Jesse wants to come and anybody wants to come and tell us what the actual vertical accuracy of the GPS thing is, 10 centimeters plus or minus is, so when it says 5.8 and he's plotting these every third point, and I don't know I think every 33 feet or I don't know 30 meters or something, it was that he plotted the points at. So at every point of that, if you can be plus or minus 10 centimeters out within your coordinates and your plotting, then you're never going to be accurate enough to measure whatever it is that they seem to want to be able to measure anyway.
The exact number, I mean, 5.8, I guess that's, you've looked at the measurements, but I don't remember the exact number. I just remember there being right next to each other. No, I don't really care because it seems to be the actual height is completely irrelevant. It's just that they were all the same height. That's what really matters.
Yeah. So it's a straight line, right?
3 coplanar
No,
points.
it's not a straight line. It's a curve.
Even though they were the same height,
Right, exactly. That's the whole point.
Right. So, would
same
you
height
call
above
that
the water.
same elevation then?
Same elevation, correct.
3 coplanar points.
Curved line, yeah.
Okay. So, with it being a curve,
right? So they say curved line. Definitely, right? He definitely said it then. Although they're the same elevation and everything, so make note.
Line.
He was doing the Bislin hump.
You guys keep talking about humps. It's just a curved line. I don't know why you want to call it a hump.
Oh, well, like if you take a point from one end of the bridge to the other.
3 coplanar points.
What, if I take a straight line from one end of the bridge to the other, it makes a curved line?
Correct.
Did you hear that?
Correct.
Yeah, that's...
So if I take a straight line from one end of the bridge to the other, it's a curved line. And he goes, yes.
Yeah.
Like, what are you people talking about? He's literally just curved a straight line in his mind.
Go and ask the bridge makers.
Yeah, well, I've got a clip of Jesse saying that.
Lines or,
Gravity band. It's the gravity band.
Do you want to hear that again? Because I consider that as pretty...
Yeah, that's good, mate.
One end of the bridge to the other.
3 coplanar points.
What, if I take a straight line from one end of the bridge to the other, it makes a curved line?
Correct.
Correct.
Real quick.
That makes a straight line. Like a straight line makes a straight line.
No, it was
No, it's not a straight line.
It's simple.
It's not a straight line. I mean, I don't know what sort of age people are, but how can you not have a concept of a straight line and an understanding of what a straight line is? It's shocking. These are all of the points that he's got on the that his GPS system's done across the bridge. Now, if every one of those can be 10 centimeters or like an accuracy, it doesn't really matter what it is, but it's not as accurate as an auto level as GPS.
A little point. Most people in the educated world,
He was doing the Bislin hump.
Is going to occur due to a change in elevation. Okay? Get that through your head.
Okay. So if I take a point, I think curve came in to save soundly there, because I mean it's obviously, if you're going to say you take a straight line from one end to the other, does it become curved? And he says yes, but I mean, from one end of the bridge to the other and draw a straight line across it, is there a difference in height across that straight line?
What? Say that again?
If I imagine, right, on the deck of the bridge on one side, a straight line going from that deck of the bridge to the other deck of the bridge at the other side of the shoreline.
Okay.
And draw a straight
You're creating
line.
a chord. Got it. Okay.
No, a straight line, right?
Right, you're creating a chord.
Is there a difference in height
Well,
over
it could be a chord,
at the centre?
It could also be like a tangent.
Yeah, so you're creating a chord. So yes, there's a curve, the outside edge of a circle, and then a chord through it. So that those are two different places, right? So of course there's a difference between those two spots.
Okay, so there is a difference in height.
I don't know why you keep saying difference in height. You see, it's not real clear what you even mean by that.
Well, I'm just talking real world, like, because we're imagining a straight line going from one edge of the bridge to the other. So is there a difference at the centre, is what I'm asking.
It's a semantic con.
There would be a from a straight line.
If you draw a chord, there's a sagittal in the middle. Yes, of course.
Okay.
Not a hump.
Now, because of that bridge being that size, what is it, 23 metres? 23 miles, sorry. Right?
24 from coast to coast.
24, okay. How much is that, Sagita? Can I just check? I mean, this is just for personal. Do you have coast to coast on a lake, or is it from shore to shore?
Shore to shore, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, shore to shore.
Yeah.
I've heard shore to shore also.
I don't know.
Coast would be like the whole country, east to west.
Yeah. There's a sea, right? I think, isn't it? At coast.
Yeah, this is a causeway, right? It goes right. It's before you hit the ocean. This is still technically fresh water, I think. Is
Lake Pontchartrain. It's on a lake.
Yeah.
Work it out.
Anyone?
I said I don't know. I'd have to work it out, but suffice to say there is one.
Yeah. Okay. So Walter made a model. Right. So yeah, that's that bit there. Right now, I've got some clips on the video pad of this bit that we're talking about here now. Let me just check.
Babe, just give me like 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I mean, everybody knows.
This is going to be one of these launching points to do another video or geodetic triangulation to establish control
points. Yeah, it's like really close.
Out,
the eastern edge of Lake Pontchartrain does feed into the Gulf of Mexico, but there's enough land there that I think you can't say it goes to, to a shore. To a coastline. Yeah, it's a shore. That bridge is shore to shore. It doesn't touch any ocean. I guess I don't know, but that seems like the right answer.
Right, can I change this screen over? All right, now you guys, I don't know whether you'd be able to see it. I don't know where video pad. Right, this is video pad. That one there. Right, I'll swap the Discord screen over. Right, can you guys see that video pad now? Everyone on YouTube should be able to see that. I think it's only a little screen. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Right, so Soundly is Can you hear that? Wow. Right. So this is a clip of what we were just talking about.
Was this the watch party?
This is yeah. Well, this is the bridge right now. I specifically asked him then for making a straight line from one end of the bridge to the other, and about the Sagitta and the hump, Bislin hump, because of this model. This is the Walter Bislin model, and this is the Bislin hump. Right now,
he was doing the Bislin hump.
Yeah. This is what he's doing it here now. This is Jesse explaining what I've just explained to Soundly. Right. So listen to what Jesse says.
81. If anybody wants to check this math, that's the chord. It's 28 point, like rounded off to 28.5, let's say, or 28.46 if you want to go to the nearest centimeter. And this is the length from the first level point that I kept in my sample to the last level point. And that's the distance.
So pretty interesting that shape that you just showed us.
Right, so all Soundly's bothered about is the shape. You're like, oh, look at that model. Oh, it's got a curve in it. But that Jesse's just shown then that this line here is from the first level point to the last level point, i.e. shore to shore. Not shore to shore, but I mean, he's in his car. He's put it on the roof of his car. He's GPS surveying whilst driving his car over the bridge. That's what Jesse's done. And that is the chord that he's made. I think it's the chord that Walter's made, actually, in Walter's model. But that distance there of 28.467 meters is the Sagitta rise from there. So from one edge of the bridge, the water rises to a height of 28.46 meters and then drops back down again to the other side to end level. Like Jesse said, level to level. Now, I'd say it's just straight all the way along. There's no actual hump there in the middle. The water doesn't rise. It would seem ridiculous to imagine that the water just rises in the middle of that. And the bridge is actually curved as well. I mean, we've got all sorts of pictures to go with it. But yeah, I'll play it a little bit more because Soundly's he likes the idea of the
last level point.
Look.
And that's the distance.
So pretty interesting that shape that you just showed us there, Jesse. Would you like to expound on that a little bit?
This shape right here?
Yeah.
Well, it looks curved to me. Is that where you're going with this? I mean, it's kind of obvious, right?
Yeah. Looks a little similar to photography, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, don't let the cat out of the bag yet. Keep in mind, these are level. I mean, if you look at these, except for the humps.
Exactly.
These are all at 5.7, 5.7, 5.7.
Right.
5.7. The thing was built to be level above that water. So
what's he saying? Level is curved, right? I mean, it's just not.
Yeah.
It's horizontal. But I mean, like, even Soundly looks a bit. I don't know. I'm not so sure.
I don't know. Do we really need to talk about the difference between level and flat?
Exactly. It's level and curved.
Yeah.
So Jesse says, do we really need to talk about the difference between level and flat? Well, guess what? Rumpus just last night. Was it last night? The other night. Wants flat to be curved. So according to Rumpus, there is no difference between level and flat. But now Jesse says there is a difference. There's all sorts of contradictions going on with people. If you've got a model, you struggle with this. If you don't have a model, then level can be horizontal and everything works fine. There's no problems in it. Carry on, listen to them.
So
it's actually amazingly level considering the distance that they had to build this thing.
I'm telling you, it's really
for 24 miles. They're very consistent, don't you think?
It's awesome. It's an amazing piece
of architecture, really. Yeah,
it is. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth.
It is a monument.
It's a man-made monument. It really
totally
is.
Agree with that.
It really is.
So that's wizardry. What you just did there. Two men, bigging up something that just isn't real. There's no curvature there. It just doesn't happen. But they're enjoying themselves.
So, and you can't make this up. I mean, it's just there. It is. I mean,
look, you can't make this up. Really?
I collected the data, processed it, output it. That's it. Here, and all this is just me trying to create views so you can see it. So there it is. Now let's see.
That's it. So we go back to the other one. Oh wow! Let me check this now. Need to change my screen over for you guys. Is that back onto the thing for you guys? Yeah. So back onto carry on from the bridge. Now all of these clips that you're seeing on the YouTube at the minute are the I got my lad to blow up some of the numbers that Jesse did when Jesse went over it. Does that look okay? Everything back on again?
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, right. For you. And do you not know what that distance is meant to be? I can tell you if you want. I was hoping that you might know, because
I don't like arguing about irrelevancy. So what's the point?
Well, do you want me to tell you what it says on Walter's model, and I guess your model as well, because that's the one you go with, right?
Okay. Why are we even talking about it? This is the question I'm asking you. Who cares? There is one. There is
okay. All right. So it's 24.5 meters. In case you I got that wrong.
If anybody wants to check this math, that's the chord. It's 28 point. Like rounded off to 28.5, let's say, or 28.46 if you want to go to the nearest centimeter. And this is the length from the first level point that I kept in my sample to the last level point, and that's the distance.
So pretty interesting that shape that you just showed us there, Jesse. Would you like to expound on that a little bit?
This shape right here?
Yeah.
Well, it looks curved to me. Is that where you're going with this? I mean, it's kind of obvious, right?
Yeah.
It's on that stream.
I'm sure I did notice it. I'm sure I did notice a year and a half ago whenever we did this.
Okay. Yeah. So it just slipped your mind. But 24.5 meters right now. So let's say you're stood at one edge of the bridge, right? Are you saying that by that being 24 meters higher, or difference, or whatever, like what?
Yeah, difference.
Would that then become the geometric position of your horizon? Like, would you expect to see beyond that, or would that be your limit, since that is where the hump is?
Fraction.
Holy fuck. What is it that you're actually even saying? I'm not exactly sure what you're saying.
Well, it's me. Hello. Beep me now. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I don't know whether I had to explain this to other people. I'm just trying to... I'm positioning myself at one edge of the bridge, and I'm looking forwards. And according to their model, what we've just explained, there's a 28.5 metre hump in front of you. I mean, that just sounds ridiculous, because everybody knows that water can't rise up in front of you. But that's what he's just shown. From one level point to the other level point, there's a 28.5 metre hump in the middle. And all I'm trying to do is get him to picture looking up over a 28.5 metre hump. Now, if the hump's in the middle and it's curved, then you wouldn't even see the hump in the middle, because there's another hump on the way to that, because it's a curve. It's a constant curve. But he doesn't even understand the question, because, I mean, I'm guessing deep down people know it's straight, it's level, it's horizontal. They just like to think some sort of, there's a scale trick or something. I don't know. But the geometry definitely doesn't fit.
Your vision is going to intersect the sphere before that hump.
Oh, so you are saying there's a geometric edge then?
Is there a geometric edge?
Yeah.
It should, again,
because you've done a
You're right, Bray.
It should be starting to go down and away from you from that point.
No, that's the Kozlowski nutsack drop. This is the Kozlowski Bislin hump. It's Walter Bislin's model, this, that he's developed for Soundly and Jesse. Well, I'd say Soundly, because Soundly's took a picture and they needed a model to fit a picture.
The hump is generated. The hump's generated from that horizontal line, isn't it? From one point to another. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, surely the hump would create a blockage to see the end of the bridge.
Yeah, of course it would. If it was there, but...
Oh, yeah, if it was there.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing. I don't like it whenever you guys just throw random words out there and
That's
don't
not
even
a random
describe
word, is it?
Sure, it is. Geometric edge. That's completely arbitrary. Nobody knows what the fuck.
You've just done geometry with chords and segitors, right? So that's geometry, and then you position yourself at one of the ends
geometric
of the chord.
Edge. Please define what you mean by geometric edge. Number one. Number two. Edge of what? See, this is what I'm talking about. If you don't describe what you mean by those words, then they mean nothing.
Right. So you've done some geometry on a circle. You've made a chord, all by the helps of curved.
Done some geometry on a circle.
Are you going to let me finish, or are you just going to?
I really don't want to let you finish, because you're just.
I know you don't want to
semantic
let me
games.
finish. It's bad. I can tell.
No, it's not bad. It's that you play semantic games, and it's a waste of everybody's
This is
time.
words, and I'm using them to describe the geometry that you've just done.
No, you're using them to introduce confusion on purpose.
So I'm using the geometric words to introduce confusion. Right, now, I don't know if you've ever noticed how a wizard works, or either a wizard or a delusional person. But they just flip things round on you. They tell you what they're doing. Then you can't call them for it, because... Right, so he's trying to get out of answering a question because he doesn't understand, and just saying, I don't know. But
I mean, they cause a distraction, don't they?
Yeah. This is pretty obvious that there's some strange shenanigans going on here.
He's picking on the point that you didn't use the word geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So he says, what's a geometric edge? He knows what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But he doesn't even understand the geometry, right? Because he can't start answering the geometric questions.
Yeah, that's it. They don't know the relationship.
Yeah. And they think straight lines bend, so they don't really understand the geometry that's involved in it anyway. It's there's a lot of people don't understand. I mean, it's not out to be ashamed of or anything. When I first started looking into this, I didn't even know what geometry was. It's purposely not been taught. Because, I don't know, it orders your brain into a thought process. have to get through this. Anyway.
That's what you're doing.
So you've just done geometry. I'm explaining.
Done geometry. Please explain that.
Right, you've made a chord, and then you've made a sagittar. Sagittar is a distance. Doesn't really matter what it is. But then you travel to one of the ends of the chord.
Okay.
Okay. Now you're looking towards that chord.
Okay, so now realize that you have this circular cap, okay? Or the spherical cap that you're looking at now. You have to look through that spherical cap.
No,
your
I'm just
vision
still
is
trying to
hit the
get
edge
you
of that
imagine
spherical
you
cap.
to stand on a chord.
You gotta let him finish.
You can't even see the top of the spherical cap. Like, that's the thing. Your vision is already being obfuscated by the spherical cap.
Did you catch that? Your vision is being obfuscated. I've never heard of vision obfuscation before. But I know what obfuscation is. Do you reckon?
Yeah, he just misspoke. His obfuscation is when he nitpicks over the geometric edge, geometric horizon. He meant
what he's really, what he's really saying is he's trying to obfuscate your ability to see the truth.
Yeah. That was called a Freudian slip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In his mind, he says, obfuscate this point, and then he says the word obfuscate.
Yeah.
It's being obstructed by the spherical cap.
So a geometric edge, then, right?
There is a
the geometry that you just
where
made
your
is
vision
the limit of
will
your
intersect
vision,
with
right?
the sphere. There is a position where your vision will intersect the sphere, and we call that a horizon.
Yeah, geometric. You've just placed the geometric thing.
We can't horizon because we have an atmosphere and we have refraction, and this has been explained to you thousands of times.
No, I didn't say horizon. It's just a geometric edge.
No, we're talking about what we see. Yes, there is a geometric horizon that is affected and refracted by atmosphere. The same way as things like the sun
it's just done it with geometry.
is refracted from the atmosphere.
He stood 12 miles away from a 24-meter hump.
It's just
there's a point here
by the refraction.
Can't see the other side of that geometric hump,
we
can you?
See the other side of it because of refraction, and I've just posted a video.
No, I like...
this is irrelevant, and...
this is just an effort to explain to you that level is horizontal. Right?
Is my mic broken?
There's no hump.
Is my mic broken?
It's not.
All right. Now, I was trying to make a point here, Bev. You're laboring under the misconception, I believe. I'm trying to get you to clarify now, giving you an opportunity.
Is his mic bad for everybody, or is that just me?
Stop. This is not your time to talk. You listen to the question. You respond to it. Now, are you laboring under the misconception that the sagittar, the midpoint of that curve, up to the midpoint of the arc segment...
That curve's not there.
Excuse me, Bev, are you operating under the misconception that that is the horizon?
That curve's not there because water doesn't rise.
In our mind, what you're arguing against, are you under the misconception that that sagittar, where it intersects the surface of the sphere, is our visible horizon? Or do you think that's what we're saying? Do you? Answer, please.
The only thing that you can say about the horizon... The only thing that you can say about the horizon is when you have an apparent meeting of the sky and the ground. Otherwise, it's irrelevant to talk about an idea of horizon. Like if he's asking you, are you calling this a horizon? My question would have been to him, can we see the sky and the ground meet? Because if we can't see the sky and the ground meet, then why are we talking about a horizon? It's not.
Well, I'm not talking about a horizon at all. I'm just talking about a geometric edge.
I'm just trying to call him out.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But the moment I talk about horizon, right, I fall into an argument that I'm not there to have, right? I'm just trying to get him on the track of realizing that what he says is there is the geometric edge, and that has to be the meeting of one surface and another, right? It's just, that's what is the horizon. But he's saying it's definitely geometric because he's putting a hump there.
Yeah, he also said the sagittar intersects surface of the sphere.
Yeah.
Which he's pretending like he is.
Yeah, that doesn't. Okay, so the sagitta is the curved part. Okay, so the chord is.
No.
Oh, hold on.
No.
Okay.
No. The sagitta is the rise from the chord to
That's
the.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No, hang on. It's a distance between the chord and the circumference of the ball.
Yeah, at the highest point, the furthest distance away from the chord, the center.
Yeah. Okay. So as soon as you move away from the center, you're decreasing in distance from the chord.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sagitta is the maximum distance.
That's okay. Okay. So it's like the apex. The sagitta isn't the whole distance of the curve. It's just that apex point.
Yes, it's a straight line measurement, same as the chord.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. Okay.
It's not a sagitta. It's a huppita.
Yes.
Okay, right. But if we are going to be talking about, let's say, for instance, we are on a long stretch of road and there is a rise in the road, and on the other side of that rise, the road levels out to the previous point. So then, if you drew a chord, that highest part of that rise.
The chord from what?
Okay, so I'm driving along a stretch of road that's 10 miles long.
Yeah.
As soon as I hit 10 miles, the road starts to elevate to a hump, and then descend to the.
All right. Hey, better example is, say you're going over an overpass, over a highway, right?
Okay.
So a chord would have been if you walked across the highway.
Yeah.
But
and then
right
halfway through, and you look up, that's the sagitta. That is always going to be your obstruction. You're not going to be. So if you go 100 feet in front of the sagitta, you're going to be looking at the ground, and there's going to be more ground beyond that to the edge.
Can I just you've got to be very careful here, right? We're using the geometric terms in order to describe something. So when they draw a circle and they're drawing a curve and I'm getting them to realize it, right? Then I'm talking about the sagitta and the chord and all of that sort of stuff. But in reality, if you've got a hill and a hump and all of that, you're just taking a level line. You're taking an elevation mark. You can't draw a line through the middle of a mountain. Literally, you can't do that. Whereas you can with geometry. If you're describing it geometrically, then you can use sagitta. But you wouldn't ever use that in the field or out in reality. Right?
Yeah, okay, I get you.
So the moment you do say sagitta, right, what you are saying is there's a circle, there's a curve there. You know, you're using terms that help to confuse the issue. Right? So if you ever say the tangent of my eye line, well, that's just absolute ridiculous. It means nothing. It's just a complete and utter misconfusion, sort of.
It implies the ball. And when you say a tangent of your eye line, it implies that you're looking across the surface of the sphere.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying is, again, using the word tangent, you're using a word that's in reference to the surface of a sphere.
Yeah. Well, in true terms, I mean, people say semantics, but I mean, with geometry, there's no messing about, right? You need to be exact. And a tangent, it touches the surface of a sphere at one point and one point only. Now, if you're just talking about an eye line, then what's it touching? It's not touching anything. If it's not touching anything, it can't possibly be a tangent. It's just a straight line. It's just an eye line. Your vision, your field of vision or whatever, it's never a tangent. The use of words within this are very exact.
Yeah, if you're talking about digging trenches to find a chord, if you're talking about tangents, talking about that, you're talking about their ball. They love that. They feel like they've won. You know?
Yeah, and it's only because it's repetition. You've heard people talk about stuff that they don't really understand. And you've took on what they say, and the words that they've used have been put there to confuse the words that are there. It's a magic trick.
Yeah. Sorry about going off on a tangent, Beth.
Yeah. Now that is good because, well,
Yeah.
it's not, because we've got back to the main point, so it wasn't a tangent. Tangent never returns back to the same place. Here we go. I just presume that you've done some circular geometry, right? Because you've used a chord and a sagitta.
Saying
circular geometry.
Exactly.
What do you call
What
it
does
that?
circular geometry mean? You can't just
put
say
a circle
random
there,
words.
right?
You're putting
used the
words
circle
together
in order
it's
to get circular geometry is the geometry of circles, obviously. Get a chord and a sagitta.
You're not delivering a coherent message, which means that nobody understands what you're saying, which is your problem, not everybody else's. Do you understand that?
Let's get to the chase because
It is your problem.
Clear.
You can't communicate it.
Yeah, this is clear that you're completely misrepresenting what anyone has said, Bev. So the sagitta and the bridge. We described the length of the bridge. Then we described that you said that the distance from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge would be the same elevation the whole way, but it would not. There would be a sagitta because it's not creating a straight line.
No, I didn't.
And
I
then
said it would be horizontal.
Hold on.
What would you imagine?
Bev, hold on, Bev. And then somebody described the sagitta in that bridge from one end length to the other. Hold on, Bev. Hold on. And then we described the how there would be a hump right there. Let's say there's a visible hump in the middle of that bridge. The sagitta is the.
He was doing the Bislin hump.
The chord is the top of the chord to the straight line that would be there beneath the bridge. That's a sagitta. But then you went on to describe how that would be a visible hump.
Right? Can you hear what he's saying? Right? I mean, I don't know whether you've ever been to Gem Pandas and heard Kosho talk and all of that, but it's pretty clear to me that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's used the word sagitta and chord and all of that about 20 times. And I'm pretty sure he hasn't got a clue what they are and what they're doing. Because I don't know, he's just rambling. Anyone else getting an idea of how he's doing geometry?
What you're saying as well.
Yeah. So I don't know who's helping who to do what. This is pretty simple. Drawing lines.
He started this whole part of his response was because he said that you created a straw man of what they were not saying. So now I think he's trying to go back and white knight for them what they were saying.
Right.
To you,
he was doing the Bislin hump.
I didn't go on to describe.
In our model, how that would be that way in our model,
24
right?
meter,
Bev,
24 and a half meter.
Bev, here's the fucking problem. Okay, you're describing it as if it would be the horizon.
3 coplanar points.
You're describing as if that hump would be where that occurs.
I said, do you imagine it as being a geometric edge?
These two things are not even related. They're not related. That's not what your horizon is. That's just a random position because we're describing the length of the bridge.
You should have said
the
no.
Bridge is not where the bridge is not where your horizon is.
We're not just going to say no. We're going to call you out on your bullshit.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
No, you weren't.
Right, so he's saying he's going to call me out on my bullshit, and when all I said was, if you're stood at one end of the chord, do you imagine that hump as being the geometric edge? And that's me, him then calling me on bullshit. It took about 10 minutes of that for him to call me on that bullshit and not answer the question at all.
Playing semantic games like you
No, I was asking questions, and you guys were assuming that I was making some sort of a statement or something.
That's because you're pretending like you're asking questions, but you're not. We know exactly what you're doing. You're playing semantic games.
Well, no, the whole point was to decide whether you actually would agree that there is a hump there in the middle. Is there or isn't there?
Games. You're not interested in actually asking coherent questions. You're playing semantic games. Let's be real clear. That's what you're doing. You're not asking questions.
You know that the water level, right, test
will work one way or the other, right? It is a horizontal plane of reference.
That's not.
Right now, do you imagine? It's not an assertion. It's practically used as such.
Over the distance we're talking about, you're making an assertion.
What distance?
You've not demonstrated it to be true.
What distance?
You're making an assumption of a flat plane.
Well, okay, well, let's make an assumption of a mile of water level. Right, so it's me again. He's just said that I'm making an assertion by saying a water level is a tool for a horizontal, and completely disregarding the fact that they've just drawn a 28.5 meter hump of water, and they've not made any assertions there. But when I say a water level and say I've got a test to show that it's horizontal, then I'm making an assertion. It's some great way that they've got of arguing over it. They just obfuscate and then say, no, it's not. Fantastic. Carry on. It's surely bound to come with something. What happens from the point that you're at? Does it drop 8 inches?
Do it and look at it and find out.
Well, I'll tell you, it can't.
You're
because
asserting that.
Water finds its own level.
And you don't know what level we're back in this
water
loop.
doesn't find its own level.
So,
do you hear that? I think that was Druss. Do you hear that? Water doesn't find its own level. I mean, how with the flapping, how much is going on in this room here now when we're talking about... I ask him, is the water humping or is it dropping? Because they've got two models, the curvature models. The Kozlowski-Bislin hump and the Kozlowski-Nutsack drop. And I say it's right in the middle of that, horizontal, all the way. They say, no, I'm making an assertion, but they can't make their mind up which one of the curved models that they want. Who was that?
How about
it doesn't.
Don't talk to you about this part of it because it's useless. You say what you say. Nothing will change your mind. You refuse to understand. Do your test and demonstrate your assertions.
What assertions?
You know what assertions? The assertions.
I'm telling you as a fact that level is horizontal. Now,
that is
I'm coming up with a test and a way to prove that to you.
That's not a fact.
And giving you a geometric proof also and logic proof to go with it.
Hey, Ben, I'm going to give you a geometric proof. A ball does not have an edge.
Find your meds, okay?
How are you able to know this for a fact before you've done the test, though, Bev? How is it a fact already?
That level is horizontal.
Well, yeah, how is that? How are you able to say that's a fact if you haven't actually done this test?
It is. Level is horizontal.
Oh, so when...
I've been contemplating in some really deep thought. And for it to find its own level, the water, right?
For like 3 hours?
Yeah, in meditating and all sorts on it.
Yeah.
Really thinking, not just normal level thinking, like
yeah,
deep.
like the way of the leak.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Really big thinking, but I mean, their model is ridiculous. It doesn't take long for us to go through this to work out that level is horizontal for a reason. Because that's what the water level does. It establishes a horizontal plane of reference at an even altitude. Now, the only way you can not have it as being level, as being horizontal, is to put a curvature to it. But once you put a curvature to it, you end up with all of these sort of problems. And you end up being a 30, 40-year-old man arguing about straight curving and level being horizontal and having no backing for it whatsoever, because every known source says that level is horizontal.
no backing for your assertions of perpendicular at a point.
Hey, Cleary, was that a dig at Brian Leakey there? Deep thinking?
Did you hear him say, I meditated for 3 hours. I was in deep thought about what we could do to establish a straight line.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. That's not a dig. I like Brian.
Yeah.
They just come up.
Yeah.
They just come up with some crazy ideas, like building a 5-mile long concrete wall and then flipping it over to see if it matches.
Build
the
two
shape of the
walls.
Yeah. Funny.
Right.
So what's a fact
ages.
and what isn't a fact is just decided by you, really. Is that what you're saying?
I have done surveying and I have worked with these tools. And I've also talked to
a lot of
that
people and they don't agree with you, do they?
Who have you talked to that doesn't agree with me?
Well, I can look at the results from geodetic surveying that show, spherical excess in the triangles that they're surveyed.
Do they use?
Theodolites.
They use a theodolite.
Blue Marble Science is a structural engineer and
they measure
surveyor,
triangles.
and he disagrees with you.
What?
Did everybody hear that?
I heard a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
What in particular?
Let me just. You've got to listen out for Druss.
Spherical excess in the triangles that they're surveyed.
Do they use?
Theodolites.
They use a theodolite.
Blue Marble Science is.
Blue Marble Science is.
Is a structural engineer and
they measure
surveyor,
triangles.
And he disagrees with you.
He's a structural engineer and a qualified surveyor. I never knew that. I've never heard that. He's never had a chat. I've always been up for chatting to all of the surveyors or anyone with surveying qualifications in this, just so we can have a chat about how surveying methods are used and all of that. Everybody seems to run away from us when we're talking about
Was he using, if he was using blue marbles in the shed when he was doing his Cavendish? Blue Marble Science?
I don't know. I don't know what the science of marbles is.
I think that's what it was implying. But I think he retired anyway because the experiment failed.
I think the last time I heard him, he was leaving. He was leaving the arena.
Seems like a structural engineer could figure out how to do that level of experiment. But anyway, when you're trying to prove a globe, I guess it doesn't work out for you. You have to walk away. But anyway,
get a bit tough. Yeah. Right, so he's another surveyor. So Blue Marble, if you have anybody hearing it, we'll have a chat at any time. I love to talk about how surveying works and we establish an elevation change.
A lot of angles there, Jeff.
With a spherical excess, always
what's
with
that
a spherical excess. It means that that the triangles cannot possibly be on a flat plane and absolutely have to be on a sphere.
Oh, does that mean they measure triangles with more than 180 degrees?
Yes. Spherical excess. Yes.
Oh.
Right. So that's the first time I've heard that particular thing. This is a really old one. So a triangle with more than 180 degrees. Now, I've heard of these things. They're like mythical, like unicorns. Because a triangle to me... Go on.
They only exist under the earth because if you measure a triangulation above the earth, all you're going to get is a straight line distance between each point. So the only time you can get spherical excess is if you lower that triangle into the earth and assume that it's a sphere.
It's still a normal plane rectilinear triangle though, right? So that was the first thing. So Jem says triangle...
Well, hold on. So if you model out a 10-mile drop down below the surface of the earth, and then you triangulate out from there to the earth in two different directions, you're going to have the surface of the earth, which is curved, and that is going to give you spherical excess. That's the only place you can get it, which they've never measured because no one's going 10 miles under the earth and then digging 10 miles in two different directions to come out the other side of the earth and then measuring the curvature between each of those points. It's impossible. This whole spherical excess bullshit is a conceptual discussion of what happens below the surface of the earth.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's one way to look at it, but it would have to be a curve.
Cleary, that's the only way to look at it. Come on, son.
Yeah, I mean, like, you would have to have a curved sight line, right?
Well, no.
To have a...
No, because there is no curvature as they imagine on the horizontal, right? They're still just looking direct line of sight on that vertical axis, right? So it doesn't matter how much curvature there is on the horizontal, it's still going to be a line of sight and a measured angle from one side to the other, right? So this is where I'm going now, right? Within this, if you ever hear spherical excess, triangles more than 180 degrees, right? What you've got to think is Gaussian curvature. That's what Gauss did. You can tell the surface that you're living on or you're working on by drawing a triangle on it. Now, it's a bit of a mind trick because a triangle has 3 straight sides. It doesn't have curved sides because you can't measure an angle to a curve. It's got to have straight sides. So by the law of triangles, or geometry or whatever, it is provable that a triangle only has 180 degrees. It's geometrically provable. And you can't measure an angle to a curve. So there is only one triangle, and that has 3 straight sides.
This goes back to what we talked about, I think, before. If you're going to plot out a triangulation on the surface of the earth at the equal elevation, let's just say 3 feet or whatever, if you know that your elevation is 0 at all 3 points, okay, so let's just do that. They're going to assume that there is spherical excess because each of those points each of those points are not going to be vertically parallel. Okay, so they're going to be angled away from each other, which is then going to require that there is spherical excess between each point.
No, because you're looking from one point to the other, though.
I get that. No, right. I'm speaking for them right now.
Yeah, no. Travis, please don't try and speak for people that are trying to do something that's impossible. Don't even attempt it.
Okay, I'm just trying. It's part of the point that I'm trying to make, and it came to my mind, so I'm just talking out loud, if that's okay. Just real quick. The point is that when we make an observation 2 miles apart, that distance is 2 miles. That's it. But if you're going to put an arc, if you're going to raise up the gradation of the Earth between those 2 points evenly, so that there is an even arc from point to point, you're increasing the distance. So then it's not going to be 2 miles anymore.
Yeah, but you're not measuring a distance. You are just looking and marking a point and turning and measuring an angle from one point to another. Now, if you are looking at it, then I'm
trying to debunk their problem. They cannot have 2 miles of distance between points. It's going to be more than 2 miles because they're assuming there is an increase in.
Can't disprove a negative, Travis.
All right, whatever. I'm just going to go on mute.
It's a straight line of sight, right? It's just it's not curving.
You'll see. I just wanted to try and give you a bit of a lead into what exactly I'm doing here now with Jem. He says triangles more than 180 excess, spherical excess, and I say impossible. Right? That just cannot happen. It's provable that a triangle has 180 degrees. Absolutely provable. So I know that.
All right. So
but Jem doesn't.
I'm sorry. So let me ask this question again, just because this is where my mind is tweaking right now. If if we measure line of sight from point A to point B and it's 2 miles. Shit, I lost my thought. But the question would be, okay, so if you're going to diagram that out, and I say, okay, Jim, we've just now plotted out 2 points on a sphere that create a chord. That chord is 2 miles. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. Okay, how many miles between those 2 points are on the surface? It can't be 2 miles. And if it is, then the world's fucking flat. It has to be more. You have to have more surface distance. You can't have a chord that is 2 miles long.
How are you measuring?
Yeah, but it's more about the angles. It's more about,
I mean, okay. So look, if we do the Pontchartrain Bridge, right? The Pontchartrain Bridge, we just heard from Soundly or Jesse Kozlowski that it is an engineering masterpiece, that they maintain the same elevation all the way across. Okay, and they said that's a chord. It is a chord. Okay, well then it fucking can't be both equal distance as a chord and as topography. It can't.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still here or not, but yeah, it's not a chord, right? I mean, you're not digging underneath the surface of a sphere. You just, when they say shit,
Right, but that's the whole point. It's coming to me now. It's all conceptual because you're not. Of course, you're not digging beneath the ground. You're not making a chord underneath the ground. You are required to admit that the bridge that's 23 miles long is curved, so that the point on the east coast and the point on the west coast create a chord, like Bev was asking. If I connect those dots, is that a straight line? Okay, and if they say no, then you say, okay, so how long is your distance on the surface? It's 23.56 miles, 46 miles, 23.46 miles. Okay,
I think you're kind of like, I think sounding like put a spell on you or something. You're kind of thinking like in the globe, but
Yeah.
All right, you guys don't like
get
that.
back to reality.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. Did I see? You kept hearing chord, right? You draw a chord and then you're trying to measure something else that you think is the chord. You're trying to reference the surface towards the chord.
Are you talking with me now, Bev?
Yeah.
Okay, so for them, the Pontchartrain Bridge is a chord.
No.
Okay.
No, because like Jesse showed you, he had a picture there, right? Jesse showed you the model that Walter's got, and from one end to the other, they put a level line from the level points on that model that he had. That was the straight line. That was the chord.
Well, you just said chord, and that's what I said. But then
that's it. Yeah, but that isn't the bridge. The bridge at the middle of that chord was 28 meters higher. So according to the chord, if you're using the chord as a reference, as he started off at one end of the bridge, he was on the chord, and he slowly went up and up and up till he reached the top, 28 meters. Yeah. Then he's on SE's skateboard, right, going back downhill again.
Yeah, which he never did because all the data points are the same elevation.
Yeah, and he says they were level. He said, right, which is which, whether you've probably heard it before, coplanar. He took 3 coplanar points.
A point.
Yeah, and the 3 coplanar points are on the same plane.
Yeah.
So he's saying by that the bridge is the coplanar. It's a planar. That hump just isn't there. Oh, that's pretty bad. Can I go on this for a bit? Yeah. Okay. I'll play it for a bit. You're lagging out, Travis.
Every single time they do it, believe it or not.
Every single time they do it.
In every country,
Okay, so-
in every country that's
so
been mapped like this, which is just about every country, for the last...
Who came... Let me ask you...
Am I roboting, or y'all roboting?
Travis is.
How you...
I'm not about me. Am I?
Yeah, I'm good now.
Yeah.
You're good. Travis, you're roboting, bro.
Okay, I'll play this for a bit.
Okay.
I don't know, 200 years, 250 years, this has been going on. Different people, different political motivations, different cultural...
Can you not hear me? Okay.
Are you back? Or is he gone? No, I'm playing this again.
And religious motivations, lived at different periods of history. Are they all in on it? How are they all? How are they all making the same mistake?
Can we just run over?
Wait, what now?
How they do this, Jim?
What are they doing?
Well,
they stand at, like, let's say point A. Right?
Let me hear them again.
No, why are we doing that?
No, I want to
Guys,
understand.
somebody's
what
asking
we've
Jim a
just
question.
claimed.
Let Jim answer the guy's question, dude.
Well, they measure the angles between 3 points, and they go to each point and they measure the angle to the other 2 points, and from that they get their triangles. And every time they do that, those triangles.
Oh, what's going on here? A bit of triangle stuff. Nice.
Oh, have a spherical excess.
Right, so once again, he's confirmed that you just imagine 3 mountains, 3 points, you stand on one mountain and you sight mountain the other 2, and you measure the angle between the other 2. It's very easy. Line of sight, 1 angle, 2 angles, 3 angles, add them up. You've got a triangle. They're straight lines of sight. Triangle, 3 straight lines, 180 degrees, obviously. Anyone disagree with that? Anyone think that if you have larger sides of triangles, that they get more angles in them the longer the sides of the triangles? No. So they like you can't get more, and the only way you can theoretically do it is to curve the line, but you can't actually curve the line. You have to develop a different sort of triangle.
That's what I was trying to get at. Yes, that's what I was trying.
But even then, in order to have a triangle or any angle, you need to have straight sides. A triangle is just 3 angles that have straight sides. So having a triangle with curved sides isn't a triangle at all, because you can't have 3 angles.
That's why, that's why earlier I was trying to figure that out, and that's why I had to sink the triangle below the surface of the Earth, because otherwise,
and it would still only have 180 degrees. Is the thing, right? Even if you sink it below this, if it's got 3 straight sides, it has 180 degrees.
Except for okay. I think I get. I'm totally. But in their mind, remember what a Weeble Wobble was? Remember those little toys that wouldn't fall down because the bottoms were curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what they've done is they've got a triangle. Let's just say a solid triangle, and then you sit it on top of a curved bottom, and then you set it on the table there, and it can bobble back and forth and whatnot. That's what they're doing. They're talking about the spherical excess at the curved part. But yeah, you're right. If you take just the simple plane geometry of a triangle, you're always going to have planar geometry. So yeah, that's
the only definition of a triangle there ever is, Travis.
I get it.
Mhm.
No, okay, yep, I get it. I get it.
Okay, carry on for a bit.
Bev, which is quite simply this. You're saying that water always finds its level, yet all the largest bodies of water we observe not doing that. In fact, we actually have tides.
Yeah,
So,
we do
in
have
fact,
tides,
water
right?
is
Not on a canal, though.
demonstrable. Sorry, water is demonstrably not level when it's a large body. Okay, you might.
What do you reckon to that? That's Druss, foolish delusions over at Gem Pandas, saying that water is demonstrably not level. Well, I'd like to see that. I would. Anybody like to comment on the demonstrability of water not being level? Nice claim by Druss there.
He's talking about when it's got effects on it like wind or tides, that it does disturb the surface of the water.
So we can do that all the time, right? Water is demonstrably not level. It's a pretty big claim, that. We'll carry on.
Might be able to take a small body and it's reasonably flat. Maybe that's not within the tolerance of your measuring instruments. But when we have large bodies of water, it's never flat, ever.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So can I just run you past a few things, Jem?
You can ignore that.
You know, we are using Euclidean geometry, right? When the surveyors are working, right?
They'll be using non-Euclidean geometry,
right.
wouldn't
So
they?
the laws of Euclidean
Not
geometry.
I'm not entirely sure, I have to say. I don't really know.
Well, if let's say that if it's pretty keen, right? I ask, are you using Euclidean? He says, no, non-Euclidean. Actually, I haven't got a clue. Yeah, he's arguing about spherical geometry, spherical triangles, spherical excess. How can you argue about something that you haven't got a clue about? He's on a platform called Debate, Flat Earth and More. And I'm just going over there asking them questions about geometry. And he's saying, no, not that. But then I don't really know. I don't really know not that. They're using a theodolite, then they're measuring angles. Then those angles are Euclidean.
Here you go. Look, here's some of the angles that they...
But them angles that they're measuring with the theodolite, you call them Euclidean, right?
No,
from a straight line to a straight line.
I just call them angles. I just call them angles. I don't have to worry about
straight lines, right?
Whether they're Euclidean or non-Euclidean.
Yeah, but it's a triangle.
They're just angles,
right, Jem?
They're just angles, aren't they?
Triangle, right?
We don't have Euclidean angles, do we? And non-Euclidean angles.
No, we don't.
They're just angles.
You're dead right.
Right. So why are you asking me?
So they're going from point A to point B and measuring the angle between the 2 points.
That's correct.
Along the surface of the Earth.
So that would be a straight line. So if you're making a triangle with 3 straight lines, do you know how many internal angles they have, Jem?
You gotta respect what he said. They have a spherical axis, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. Look, address it.
Look, so Jem, even after just being shown about triangles and straight lines and all that, he doesn't know what geometry he's going. He's just put something in the chat somewhere that says some numbers and some angles. He obviously hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. He's just got a page with a load of numbers on it. He doesn't know what it means or anything. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Doesn't know what geometries he's using. Euclidean geometry has a proof that a triangle has 180 degrees in it. Now he's saying no more. I say that's impossible. I also say Jem doesn't know what he's talking about. Jem's just making this up. Jem's just arguing from ignorance and just playing an obfuscation tact. It's provable that triangles only have 180 degrees. Jem doesn't know that. Jem's just arguing from ignorance. Good luck, Jem.
Here, recorded. Here's the results. This is from the United States.
Can I just get a confirmation from you that you
No,
understand?
because you're being asked questions, and all you're doing is reflecting questions back at other people.
It sounds like you're helping. You're helping Jem not answer this very simple question.
Well, listen. You're here asserting that the Earth is flat, and this is a fact. Hang on. Still talking. I'm pointing out to you that hundreds of people, thousands of people...
Right, so he said there that I'm there stating that the Earth is flat, and that is a fact, and I've never said that.
I only heard part of that. He said the Earth is flat, and that is a fact.
Yeah, that's what Jem said. He also said that I've said it, but I mean, that's an obvious lie. I never said it. He just wanted a way to be able to say that the Earth is flat. He felt like truth had to come out of him.
For him to say it.
Yeah. You say it's all right if I tell the truth, framed within a lie, because it feels good about it then, because at least he's got a lie out whilst telling the truth. It's strange how it works, but I mean, hey, I'll take the hit for you, Jem. I salute you.
Have made these measurements in the past, and they're not finding the Earth's flat. Now, I understand that you want to know in detail what they've done, and the best thing to do is go and read what they've done, because you're here making this proclamation, and apparently this is something that you didn't even know about. And I think what you should be doing now is going, oh my God, I've missed this. I need to go and look into this straight away, right? Wouldn't that be... Yeah, that's done.
Right, okay. Well, of course I know about the fantasy of spherical.
Okay, so why are you pretending that you don't?
Are you going to let me talk, or...
No, I'd like to know why if you've just been asking me about it as if you didn't know about it and you were hearing about it.
I was just getting you to confirm
time.
that you don't know.
And then I say to you, you need to go and find out about it. You say, oh no, of course I know about it.
Do you think I got him to prove that he hasn't got a clue about triangles and geometry and stuff, or has that not come across yet? Are you still of the understanding that Jem has made some sense, and Kosho's load of waffle earlier made even more sense about a basic geometric principle that it's provable that you can't have a triangle with more than 180 degrees? I mean,
oh yeah, definitely.
If you don't understand geometry, then there's probably some sort of concept in your head that you can believe that somehow a triangle can gain degrees. But the definition of a triangle is 3 straight sides. It's like, a square. Square's got 4 straight sides, right? So there's no such thing as a square with more than 360 degrees, is there? I mean, that would be ridiculous for anybody to hold that as a concept. We get some spherical excess on a circle. Can have that more than 360 degrees. I mean,
yeah. That's actually, I think that's actually a really good point. Instead of doing triangulation, do a quadrangle. Do a square.
No, you can't, Travis. That's the point about triangles. A triangle, a right-angled triangle.
I know.
Mm-hmm. It's the only shape you can do any sort of calculations or measurements with. Predictions.
Yeah.
Travis, you're breaking up real bad, man.
80 degrees. Okay. All right. Okay.
Go again.
So why are you doing this act where you pretend you don't know about it?
Just pointing out to you that a triangle.
Is that part of your honest? Is that part of your honest, truth-seeking approach to do anything?
Just pointing out to you, Jem, that a triangle has 3 straight sides and 180 degrees internal angles.
Yeah, but a spherical triangle doesn't.
Yes, very true. But as you just said, you measured from using a theodolite, which is Euclidean, which means the angles are straight lines, which means you've just made a triangle with three straight lines.
What shape can you make with 3 points?
A triangle.
Right.
Irv, are you thinking that they measure one huge triangle? Is that what's in your mind? One huge triangle?
No, I think a triangle has 3 straight sides. I mean, yeah.
Oh my God. That's not what I said.
What's interesting to me is that, you know, obviously they've done this stuff over land, but I keep it open because I haven't looked into it yet, but notice I'm not making assertions past my limits. They haven't done it, like, there's more ocean than land, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm interested in how I'm going to be looking into the surveying ASAP.
Well, if all of the land fits a sphere of a certain size, I think it's a reasonable to infer that the rest of it is the same shape. Since it appears to be, there aren't any, you know, you don't go across the ocean and find a massive valley somewhere or anything like that, do you?
Definitely. Listen, in principle, I would
Can
have
I
to
jump
agree
in?
with you.
Am I clear now? Can I jump in?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so what if we took 3 drones up in the air, equidistant? We got a triangulation, right?
Yeah. Well,
and they're a mile apart, up in the air. No argument about that. 1 mile between each drone, and they each have horizontal radar detection, so they know that they're at the same elevation. Right? Got it?
Altimeters.
If we drop those drones straight down to the ground, they are going to be less than a mile apart because the Earth is curved. And they're not going to be because the Earth isn't curved. That's a pretty big boom, I think.
Hedging your bets a bit there.
No, it's not, because a sphere has a longer distance between points because it's not a straight line.
Right, yeah, but see, the thing is, a vertical is a straight line. And the very fact that it's a straight line, it is perpendicular. So why do you bother with the one of the perpendiculars, the vertical, the one that's really awkward to measure?
I'm not dealing with verticals or perpendiculars. I'm dealing with horizontals at an elevation of 1 mile.
Mm-hmm. And how do you reference?
How do you know they're a mile apart exactly, a mile up in the air?
Well, we would have to talk to, who's the guy? Brian. Brian's got drones, so he's gonna It's Cartesian coordinate, so they're just
on GPS.
They're just going to be using GPS.
Right. Well, that's only accurate to like 2 to 3 centimeters on the horizontal, and that's for each of the drones. So over a mile, what sort of accuracy are you trying to look for?
Okay. I'm not worried about the centimeter differential. I'm not worried about that because that's very small. It's very minute. My point is that when you drop those drones down on the surface of the ground, in their model, those drones are going to be closer than a mile apart and closer than centimeters.
Yeah, but how much closer?
I don't know, but just go with the concept. Just go with the concept.
I know. I am.
Okay.
It's already been thought of.
I think it might be a centimeter.
Yeah.
I agree with the concept, but how do you measure them a mile apart in the air?
Is this Brian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that would be where I would ask for your help to figure that out. If you had 3 drones, could you plot them a mile apart and be satisfied with what they plotted out and go up to that elevation that you set?
The only way we could do it is plot them to a point in GPS that would put them
Okay, I see what you're saying.
a mile apart, but we could not test that.
I understand what you're saying right now. Okay.
Oh, look at the timer. Stopped it out there. 33, 34. Right, so are we all right on that then at the minute? Because they're obfuscating hard on here at the minute.
But as far as the limits of your understanding,
No. The limits
that we
of
know
your
that they do it.
This is quite interesting. I'll have to do that again. Is it Don, the press Don? Listen to what he says. He says to Jem, the limits of your understanding. And listen to what Jem says.
You shouldn't find a massive valley somewhere or anything like that, do you?
Definitely. Listen, in principle, I would have to agree with you. But as far as the limits of your understanding,
No. The limits of your understanding. I accept pictures and video from space. I've seen the spherical Earth.
Hey, why are you interrupting me to do that? I'm not trying to be personal. What I'm saying is from what
I just hear you writing off everything that we've got from space.
I haven't. Whoa, man!
In half a sentence, and I just want to make sure that you don't get away with it easily.
Okay, nah, man. I'm just saying from the stuff that you said that people have been doing, like when you're referencing hundreds of years of it, right? You're not talking about space then,
right?
And I'm just presenting out that there's, they've done it kind of. I'm interested in the whole water being measured and everything like that. That's why I'm just trying to share with you personally why I'm keeping it open, and I will be looking into it ASAP.
Cool.
Hey Don, do you know why they don't measure the water?
They do measure it now.
I just wanted to say on the theodolite thing that Bob brought up.
No, I don't know.
Trust just got shut down.
Because they already know the answer.
Yeah, well, that's funny.
So how do you account for it then, Bev? If you know for a fact that the Earth is flat, and these people are giving us the facts that it's not, the actual numerical facts. So how do you account for that? Did they all make a mistake? Are they all in on the lie?
Can you back that up?
How are they doing that? Back what up?
I mean, you're just saying they're giving that. You're kind of just saying it, like you haven't gone over any numbers, really.
Well, there were some posted in the chat, but obviously there were a lot of measurements taken across the USA on that one. So
right. So your limits. You have a belief. You believe that it's working. You haven't looked into it or enough to break it down for us. So I'd like you to respect.
Hold on a minute. But how has it suddenly just become just a belief? Recorded numbers. People have recorded for on this occasion over a period of years.
You believe they work.
So that it's just a belief. If it's supported by evidence, it was conducted by.
Personally to you, yes. Personally to you, yes, and you've witnessed that.
And we just say that's just a belief, is it?
For you personally, yes. You should be honest to that. You're admitting it. You're admitting it.
I'd say it's knowledge. It's something I know to be true.
What numbers do you know? Relevant to that. Have you looked into the numbers? No, you've said you have.
He's just said, what numbers do you know? As if the numbers are going to be like I can pull out a 48. You like that?
Yeah, that's kind of a horizontal.
Yeah, but he's pointing out that Jem doesn't know because he hasn't done it himself. So therefore he believes. So he's not worried about the numbers. He's just pointing out that Jem doesn't know.
Yeah, he's pointing out that Jem's just making shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the numbers. It would have been cool if he'd have thrown in a 33 there. That would have been cool. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Posted in the chat for the third time. Have you bothered
I'm not
to
talking about
look? No.
Look.
Because
Hey, I'm
you're not
talking with you.
interested.
I'm talking with you, bro.
No, you're
you
not.
just told me 20 seconds
Shut up.
ago
I'm speaking.
that you
I'm
deferred to
speaking
all
now.
the body of
I am
knowledge,
speaking
man.
now. I am speaking. For the third time, they're posted in the chat. Have you looked at them? No, because you want to. You've already decided that you need to find some way to reject.
Nah, fuck that,
Shut
dude.
up! I'm still
No,
talking.
man. No, when you say wrong shit, I'm gonna interrupt you. I haven't decided nothing.
Because you're muted. Because you've already decided that you have to find some way to reject it, and so the current line that you're going on is that it's just a belief, and I don't really know about it, even though there's a piece of 1,000-page document that's been posted in the chat. And I can get the rest of it for you if you really want. But one would hope that you would be inquisitive enough to look for yourself.
Pages of the Bible.
Or at least look at the one that's in the chat. Go ahead.
At least look at the picture. Come on, just read that page. Yeah, go on.
Read the book. Look at the pictures.
I don't know if I've ever told
What's
you
he not
this,
getting about this?
But
go on, bro.
Doesn't he just sound like he's too pretentious to even be talking on it?
Yeah.
Like he has a belief, but he's being called out that it's a belief and doesn't like that.
Yeah. And he flips it around on somebody else and says, look, this is what I know. You disprove my whatever. Like he yeah, that's what Jem does all the time. That's what the whole server does, to be honest. I mean, I've shown all of these, everybody, all of the proofs and all of that. I mean, there's the proof on the page right now that the angles adds up to 180 degrees. I mean, that's a triangle. I mean, anybody wants to try and redefine what a triangle is, or the proof within the geometry that the angles only add up to 180, well, be my guest. Go on, off you go. Disprove it. I mean, you can say, well, yeah, it just does. But, I mean, if there's no proof, then you're just talking shite as far as I'm concerned. And they just obfuscate like Jem does. No assertion. They just assert it and then that's it. But yeah, he does sound very, very, very pretentious.
Yes.
I would like to make a complaint. I got fucking muted for asking if I could make a point. Can someone fucking stop doing this?
You did pile on again, Druss. I was.
I can hold my point.
Something and you just stuck your point, just stuck my point behind your point,
and
I
went
on
shut up
with it.
as soon as you started.
Like,
it's a bit bad, isn't it, listening to grown men talk about where the points are going behind each other and sticking points behind each other's points. It's quite good. I'll do that again because this is impressive.
Or at least look at the one that's in the chat. Go ahead.
Yes.
I would like to make a complaint. I got fucking muted for asking if I could make a point. Can someone fucking stop doing this?
You did pile on again, Druss. I was.
I can hold my point.
Something and you just stuck your point. Just stuck my point behind your point,
and I shut up as soon as you started.
Complaint department, we have a complaint.
I shut up as the other guy started.
Trust, do you
and
hear
I let them finish.
Do you hear Scott?
All I wanted to say is they use a height stick with a theodolite, which means you're not measuring at the surface, which means you don't have to worry about the hump. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah,
13 seconds of words, which was bang on point to what Bev was trying to say. Shut the fuck up,
This is even worse than 24/7, guys.
You were muted when you stomped all over Scott Mackey asking Don a question.
I'll fuck off for the night and you guys can carry on.
Good.
Who is I talking with? Because I understand y'all are boss lick. I don't want it to be...
That escalated quickly.
That was great. You heard those two little comments a bit earlier on with Druss, and he was seething. You could tell, couldn't you? He just wanted to make one point about some surveying stuff, and nobody had let him talk. Jem Panda talked over him and muted him, and Curved also did the same. Oh, it's tough times over it. Flat Earth debate and more. I guess that was a bit of the more.
Sounded good, right? They should do more of that.
I'm looking for a reason to deny it. And when whoever I was talking with, I thought it was Jem or Scott, whoever it is. When I'm saying I'm trying to say you believe it and you haven't looked into it, that was just my understanding from when I quickly asked you what are the numbers, and I got a response as if, oh well, all of society's been working on it forever. What are you going to deny? I felt like, okay, this is the point where you break it down to the kindergartner if you really are Mr. Know-It-All on the subject. And I didn't mean it personally, man.
I think I explained how it was carried out. The thing was posted in the chat with the numbers on. I mean, I'm not really sure what else you want me to do. I mean, they measured points. They measured the angles between 3 points. It's not that complicated.
Can I be fair? Can I just ask a fair question? It's my feeling like you possibly haven't delved in and hard scrutinized it, right? I mean, is that fair?
Well, what does hard scrutinized mean? What would that mean?
Deep thought, meditation, 3 hours at least, minimum.
Well, just your pause is enough to give me my answer. Like, I mean, well, I
don't know what you mean. You said hard scrutinized. What would that? What would that?
I don't know. I don't want to. I'm just saying, like, this is where if you. Okay, here's what I'm saying. Listen, I'm on the fence. These people are over asserting what they know too, and we're breaking it down. Like, look, this works, right? So if it's so strong for you on how it works, and I don't want to challenge you, and I'm not trying to assert that you don't, but if you could please honor me and share with me more on how exactly it works. Like I share with you, I feel like when they've been doing stuff and they've seen a spherical axis, sure, that could have been hinted from 100 years ago. Maybe now they're saying the conspiracy started in this century, right? So
yeah, I mean,
it has the water, I said. So actually, I share with you. I'm interested in what's been done over the water, and actually, that's what I share. So
I had them both muted because I was listening to him on the meeting software. Because otherwise, I've got my.
If you're really interested in this, Jessica Kozlowski does a bunch of stuff on how you can do experiments yourself to see the spherical excess.
That would be geometry. That wouldn't be an experiment.
Shut your fucking mouth. Anyway, Jessica Kozlowski has a bunch of simple experiments that you can do with really cheap gear. You can get on
both streams open.
With equipment that you can get on Amazon, you can do it yourself and just go do it for yourself. If you're actually interested in that way, that's what you can do. I don't think anybody can give you giving people hard numbers in a Discord voice chat doesn't really make too much sense to me. Asking for that to me sounds silly. You can explain the experiment and how to do it, and if the experiment, you should be able to understand that the experiment would show one thing if it was flat and another thing if it was spherical, and then you can go to the experiment yourself to confirm which one it is.
So were you happy to call? So that's me here now again. That was soundly citing Jesse Kozlowski with an experiment for being able to tell how level or curved. I mean, you heard that, right, Travis? So there's people out there, right, that have done experiments. Soundly's just cited it. Jesse Kozlowski's done an experiment. You can do it yourself, Soundly said. So, I mean, rather than building walls for 4 miles long, just go and ask Jesse. Go and ask Soundly to ask Jesse. He'll call him up in a minute, I think. Carry on for a bit. But yeah, there's obviously there's people that know that there are other people out there that have done experiments with results, all sorts.
Geometry and experiment.
Oh yeah,
geometry is a description or a way to break down lines and shapes and postulate certain axioms based on what we already know to be true, like drawing a line between 2 points. We assume that is true. That's axiomatic Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, and how would that be classed as an experiment? How would you turn that into an experiment?
Anything that you test is an experiment.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't You don't test.
It's a little bit of again obfuscation coming in here because he's obviously Jesse Kozlowski's supposedly a surveyor, so therefore he does practice his geometry, actual real geometry, earth measurement. So you can't experiment with measurements, but hey, Soundly thinks you can, and Jem's just about to obfuscate because he knows you can't, and that's why he's obfuscating to help Soundly.
Axioms, though. I mean, the idea that you can draw a straight line between 2 points is axiomatic. Are you going to claim that you can't do that?
He's objecting to your use of the word experiment because he goes with the one that Nathan Oakley taught him.
No. I really like the use of the word experiment.
He thinks that that's all there is. And,
No.
you know, they think
Jem.
think that it has to be 4 steps.
Jem.
Yeah,
I really like the idea
deny
of
it and then spout out his 4-step program.
An experiment, but QE doesn't. So I'm all for it being.
What was that? What was that? Is that right? The hand. I'd say it's not an experiment. It's definitely not an experiment. It is a test, but it's a geometric test to prove that a straight line it's a straight line.
An experiment, if we can make it into an experiment.
We could do something maybe with pressure or altering volumes or distances and checking pressures and stuff. I mean, possibly we could turn it into. I mean, it's going to be a geometric proof as well, but maybe we might be able to do something with something to do, change it into an experiment, hopefully.
Well, again,
QE doesn't like the idea of it being an experiment.
Again, you're sort of cluing on to some weird idea that if we term it an experiment, that somehow gives it some extra qualification in some way.
Well, I'll state again. This is me again now. It's not an experiment. It's just geometry, and you can't science geometry. It's already been done. The proofs are already there. They're wrote down. There's no altering it. Geometry is geometry. Science is science. Experiments aren't. Geometry. Pressure, however, that might be a bit different. That might be testable.
You're giving it that qualification that QE doesn't seem to want to give it.
Experiment means test.
So does that mean QE's standards are higher than yours?
It means he's got some absurd, weird standard that he's drawn up himself. It's not higher. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
Well, experiment is just varying one thing to see what happens. So by that definition, it is a test. If you're tweaking one thing to see what happens,
no, that's not true either.
Oh, I'm so glad that Lemon Bird is muted.
Yeah, I automatically do that. Really, really low. Just automatic.
You'd just be looking through a theodolite, right, though?
It would just be a general experiment.
So looking through a theodolite is an experiment now, is it?
Technically, yes.
Okay, so taking a picture with a camera is take.
See, there you go. Lemon is authorising the use of the experimental usage of the dark shark. Brilliant. DP, it's getting better and better. It's now an official science product, verified by Lemon.
It's an experiment.
Doing the 3-point measurement.
Lemon.
I think doing the 3-point measurement that we're talking about, that could be termed an experiment. No,
sure.
Because you would be testing. You would be testing to see if you did or did not get a spherical excess.
Yeah, if you respect the work, dude, it's always.
Jem Panda's just said measuring the angles of a triangle is an experiment. So, everyone, a round of applause for Jem Panda. Anybody want to do any experimentation with triangles? Go right ahead.
The truth gonna speak for itself, dude.
Can I just get that qualifier off, Jem? Because you seem to have said it yet again. When you measure an angle between 2 points, you make a straight line, right? There's 2 straight lines needed in order to make an angle.
No,
no,
they're not. No.
2 straight lines connected at a point.
So, when they say you need an angle, you need
All you need is
2
3
arms.
points. All you need is 3 points, don't you?
Two
There
arms,
there are no
2 straight
lines.
lines.
Well, there are no lines. You're
Like
going from
a
like
vertex
one hill.
point where they
You're going-
2 lines pivot around.
Is it pretty clear that Jem doesn't know what an angle is? I mean, surely you know that when you have a triangle, like one of the corners is called an angle, and that's how you measure an angle. It's not that hard, really, is it? But is it an obfuscation tactic, or is it? What's he doing? I don't know.
And then the angle's the bit in between. Let me get something for you.
Okay. Let me. You're going from one hill to the next, right?
Okay, no, I'll find a thing for you. You get.
Yo, I can see why, man. I can see why, you got to be tough a little bit sometimes, Jim, man. I understand, man. But please,
in the chat
forgive
box
me
there,
for coming
is
off
that all
like I was
right?
denying anything, bro.
Have a look at that in there. Does that look good? Parts of an angle.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 straight sides.
Right. Okay. But there are no lines here.
But look, it says
You're measuring
and the 2
between 2
straight
points.
sides are called arms, right?
If
You
you
just
like,
imagine
yeah.
a point at the end of it, but that would be a straight line, wouldn't it? From
I know, but I
your
just want you
angle
to be
come from
clear.
one
I
point
just
to
want
the
you
other.
to be clear that you're measuring between 2 hills. There are no lines. Nobody makes a line.
Points though, that you've got a rod or something
you
that
do
you're
make,
measuring
you do
from
do
the
that.
angle
You
between.
do do that,
right?
yeah. But I just want that to be clear because I know where you might drag this.
But that would make it 3 straight sides to
But
a triangle, right?
No, why would it? Why? There you go. That's where I knew you were going. Where have those straight sides
Just said the
suddenly
angle
come from?
needs 2 straight.
Oh, what's going on here? A bit of triangle stuff. Nice.
That would be true if the angle was 180 degrees through all 3 angles, but it's not. So the sides are not straight.
But a triangle has 3 straight sides and 180-degree internal angles.
Right, and these triangles do not have 180-degree internal angles. How many times do I have to say this?
How does that happen, Jem?
Because the Earth's curved, Bev.
Oh.
The Earth is flat, and this is a fact.
So...
What?
I don't know what Lemon's talking about. Just ignore Lemon.
Over 200 years, they've all made the same mistake and not noticed the lens being curved.
Right, so can
Does
you...
that
Apart from
sound
you
like a
imagining
reasonable
it, Jem,
explanation?
apart from you
I'm sorry?
imagining it, do you know anyone that's actually done this?
Right, take note of this, right? I just asked him, apart from him imagining it, does he know anybody that's actually done it? Go back again, just so you can listen.
All made the same mistake and not noticed the lens being curved.
Right, so can
Does
you...
that
Apart from
sound
you
like a
imagining it,
reasonable
Jem,
explanation?
apart from you
I'm sorry?
imagining it, do you know anyone that's actually done this?
Yes, I do. I know Jesse Kozlowski. Who's done it. That's
okay.
what he does for a living. That's his job.
He's a hobbyist. That's his hobby.
Right, so he's just quoted Jesse Kozlowski as being somebody that's actually done this. That was the first time I asked him if he knows anybody that's done it. He comes up, Jesse Kozlowski. That was his first name, right? There's a little bit of obfuscation and a bit of play go on, we will get back to it.
No, that's his job.
No, that's his hobby.
He is a professional surveyor.
No, he's retired. He's retired.
So,
he's a
he's
hobby.
not. What the hell are you talking about?
I don't think he is.
Surveyor, dude.
No,
Right,
they were all saying the other day he's retired. He's not a professional surveyor
Well,
anymore.
even if that were true, he would still have been a professional surveyor.
You're still a professional when you're retired anyway. It doesn't even
Right.
make sense.
You don't.
You don't lose that knowledge.
No, they were definitely saying he was a hobbyist.
Is he retired or still working?
No, that's
No,
you
he-
saying
Who
he's a
was
hobbyist.
saying that?
He does geodesy as a hobby, but he is.
Aaron
but he
Burrell,
is.
it was. So somebody's just said he does do something as a hobby, and I'm about to tell him because this is. I've been a lot longer on Twitter than I have been on the Discord group and in the chat groups like this. So this is back from the Twitter days, and we were just talking about it because I mean Jesse Kozlowski and Sly Sparkane, they've all been running from me from talking about just explaining about basic geometry and surveying techniques and how they claim to do what they claim to do. They just don't want to talk. But earlier on, like a couple of days ago, earlier than this, Sly Sparkane, Aaron Burrell and Geistview had been explaining to me about how Jesse Kozlowski wasn't a surveyor anymore. He was retired and he just does it as a hobby from now on. So that's all I'm saying. I said he just does it as a hobby because I've been told that he was just a hobbyist now.
Okay.
Surveyor.
Why does this guy just talk over me? I know Jesse personally. We've had multiple interactions in real life. Like I'm telling you that the guy is a surveyor and he is he does geodesy as a hobby. But he is a surveyor. He absolutely is professionally a surveyor.
Do you know Geistview as well? I mean, I think he absolutely is. He definitely is. He really is. He's a surveyor. He definitely, really is a surveyor. And he said he's had personal reactions. He knows him personally.
No, I've never met him in
come
real
back
life.
later. Never met him.
Bev, are you a professional surveyor?
You know Sly Sparkane, right?
What does this have to do with Jesse Kozlowski?
What?
What are you doing about addressing these measurements, Bev? How do you account for it?
I'm doing this at the minute. I'm finding this screenshot where
he's obfuscating.
Yep. He's found out that Jesse is in fact
Well, look,
a professional surveyor and is trying to get off the point.
No.
If you can
So I
find,
don't know who that
presumably
is.
you're
Sounds
looking
okay,
for some
maybe.
measurement that refutes this in some way or contradicts this, but these measurements still stand. How do you account for them?
There you go.
Right.
Have a look.
He can be
In the debate chat box there, right? You've got Aaron Burrell, who we call the disco ball surveyor. He says that he and the main surveyor are the surveyors that he knows of. And Sly Sparkane comes along and says, Jesse too, but I believe he does it more as a hobby. Then Geistview comes along and says, Jesse retired and does it as a hobby now. Right? So I'm not just making this stuff
How does
up.
this
Sly Sparkane and Geistview have said that.
Jesse Kozlowski didn't do any of the measurements that I presented. All you did, the only reason his name
just
came
said
up.
he did, though, didn't
Hang
you?
on. No, I did not. That's a complete and utter lie.
Right, so when I asked Jem earlier if he knew anyone that had actually done this, he cited Jesse Kozlowski. Now he said Jesse hasn't made any of these measurements that he's talking about at all, and now me saying that he did say that is a lie.
That's amazing.
Typical
That's like
Gem
exposure.
Panda. Yeah, I mean, like when you're in the heat of it, you're like, I don't know. Am I going a bit mad? Because I could have sworn you said that, and now you're saying I'm a liar for even suggesting that you said that. I mean, like, if you don't record this stuff, they'll have you thinking you're mad.
Gaslighting.
Yeah, just telling you that you're doing something you're definitely not.
His name came up because you said, "Have I ever spoken to a surveyor?"
No,
so I said yes.
I said who
So I
has
said
measured
yes.
these
So I
triangles?
said yes. No, you didn't. That's a lie.
See, look, again, like, no, you didn't. That's a lie. He just makes stuff up, tells you you're the liar, And this is flat Earth debate and more. Right? This isn't debate. This is definitely the more part of it.
Yeah, that's actually
Obviously,
really
I
good.
wouldn't have said.
Yeah.
I'm just repeating that psychological gaslighting is just right here. That was just amazing.
It's a tactic they use every day. It's not just telling you; it's telling the audience.
Yeah, the audience
Yeah.
too. They're gaslighting the audience as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the audience is going to go, wait a minute, I thought I did hear him.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I did.
Yeah, and he's very forceful with it, and what Jem will do as
Yeah.
well. He
Yeah,
will
he'll raise his
mute
voice.
you, so you don't have a right of reply, and it sounds like that's all you can hear. Then is Jem, telling you what you don't know, and everybody else will be, I don't know. I'm guessing most of them that are in there are just in there for confusion, but Jem is definitely a sophist, and this is one of his tactics.
Yeah, and he'll mute you, and it's like you ran away. It's like you left, and you are that liar, right? You didn't want to face the heat. It's a common time. I mean, it's used every day. All you got to do is go in there and disagree with them, and you're automatically a liar.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah.
Said he did it. You asked me if I knew a surveyor, and I said yes. So Jesse Kozlowski is irrelevant to these measurements. How do you
I
account
was asking
for
you
them?
if who had measured these triangles with
So you
larger
can't
than
account for the
180
measurement.
degrees.
So you're just going to divert from the question and try and not answer it again.
Go on, what is the question? But remember that... See, look, he's just flipped it right round on me. I'm the one now trying to divert from the question and not answer it, but I don't even know what the question is. It's typical of going round there.
Yeah, what I do is when they try to do that, I'll take it right to there. I said, okay, right now, which one is it? Do you guys have answers or do you guys have questions? Because right now, if you say you've got no answers, I'm good with that. Because your first claim is you had a model that had all the answers.
Here we go. So it's not.
How
We're on
do
triangles, right?
How do you account for those measurements?
What measurements?
Oh, fuck off.
The ones that you said that people have done where they measured triangles of greater than
The
180
set of measurements that we've been
degrees
talking
internal
about.
angles.
Yes, those ones. Yes.
Well, I would say triangles have 3 straight sides and 180
So you're just going to deny the numbers in
internal
that.
angles.
So you're just going to deny the fact that they recorded a spherical excess on every triangle. You're just going to pretend
The
that isn't
only
there.
way that can happen
That's the way you're going to deal with
geometrically
it as an adult.
would be for
Well
the lines to be bent.
Yeah, the lines are bent. That's how
So they're not
spherical
straight lines
triangle.
then, and you can't measure an angle between.
No, there are no lines, Bev. As I
curved
pointed
straight
out,
lines.
over and over and over again, there are no lines.
So how do
you made up
how
the
do they
lines?
get? Right, new shape has just been formed. In case you didn't know, a lineless triangle. It's brilliant. I mean, I don't know how people are going to start using these to do angles and stuff, but
I got it. It's a purely calculated triangle.
with more than 180 degrees as well. I mean, it's fantastic. It's obviously imaginometry, right? There's no way it can possibly happen. It's provable that triangles have 180 degrees. Absolutely fantastic. But Jem doesn't know anything about geometry at all. It's obvious. But Jem does have a few years experience on a Discord channel being a sophist and muting people, leading a big troll group. He's good at that. Doesn't know anything at all about triangles, geometry, surveying or anything. And I'm pretty much certain that there is not going to be one surveyor that Jem
can get to back him up on this. Jem, we're looking for how you can go to the top of a mountain and measure 3 angles and get more than 180 degrees. Sighted angles from triangles on the top of mountains. Jem stated it. It's possible. It's in this video. I'm going to be putting this video out live. Anybody else can clip it, do whatever they want. Jem Panda says triangle. He can get triangles to have more than 180 degrees. Well, I'm going to be looking for the proof of that. I'm going to be looking for proof of...
Only in the math.
Yeah, proof from Druss as well to how he's going to prove demonstrate that water isn't level. That'd be fun. So it's good. Jem Panda's server is going to be good fun for a bit, I would imagine. Because they've definitely got what they say they've got. They can definitely prove it all.
There are no lines.
So when they're measuring the curve angle between the points, how do they get more than 180 degrees?
Jesus Christ. How many times does this have to be explained to you, Bev?
Oh, no, I'm not going to do it.
No, you're not
I'm
explaining
definitely
it
not
to
gonna
me.
do
You're
it
trying to
again.
get it sorted in your own heads.
All I want to know is
measure.
all I want to know is how you account for it, and how you account for it.
By
how you
saying
account for it
it's
is to
not
pretend
geometrically possible. They haven't
So
done it.
just denial.
Yeah,
Just
you just claimed something that was pretty much impossible. But I mean,
how is it impossible? You can draw a
triangles
spherical
only
triangle.
have 180 degrees.
Can you draw a what about spherical triangle, Bev? What does that have on its internal angles?
I wouldn't know. I mean, like, how would you draw a spherical triangle?
There's one being Flashburner's posted one being drawn in the chat now. Look, that's how you draw it. There you go.
What's that?
Shut up, Lemon. Let him try and pretend this. Keep trying to pretend
Lemon was there.
Spherical triangle. We're working on that at the moment.
Lemon, I say, Lemon's followed me around forever.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Always.
We're not talking about circumferences.
Right, we're not.
Sort of helping the obfuscation, right? Keep saying spherical triangle. It's not a thing. You have to have 3 straight lines for a triangle. There's no definition of a triangle any different than that. It's ridiculous.
90-degree angles to that 3-angled triangle. I'm sorry your mind is so fragile, Lemon.
It's a right angle, and you need 2 straight sides in order to measure an angle. That's provable too. I mean, this is geometry.
Mind killing. I know. We just measure.
Funny how they do that on the
Simple
ball.
as that.
I mean, they pretend like they can look and see.
Well, we would expect to get different measurements.
What they're drawing on the ball.
We don't.
I think Lemon's assuming that triangles have more than 180 degrees and saying so
have
is
you
actually
accepted
possible with bendy
have
lines.
Lemon's backing
Have you
out,
accepted there's such a thing as a spherical triangle, Bev, or are you still going to deny that?
See that
Even though
picture
you
in
can
the thing
see
as
one
well?
being drawn in the chat, right?
Can you see that on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the square, right? That's the square on the outside. That's the external box that we're going to do. Yeah, so again, look at straight lines. That is the angle. So it isn't the angle of this curve. It's an angle between those straight lines.
People will be amazed at what it actually is. Yeah. That'll be cool.
Yeah. You can't measure an angle to a curve, people. It's provable. Only people that imagine that they've got a model can imagine that they can do that. Just look into it. Very easy, very simple.
Right now.
Yeah. It's the people with theodolites, the claiming to be able to do it with theodolites, the bit that I find fascinating, and how you
the bit you were finding troubling a minute ago was the concept of a spherical triangle. Apparently you didn't understand how one could be drawn.
Here we go again, right? This is another one. Jem is playing to the crowd now, right? He's just
I don't know, been made to look silly, and this is Jem's going to try again.
Triangle has 3 straight sides, like I said at the beginning.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a triangle. We're talking about a spherical triangle. And
But
you
you were
didn't
measuring angles between 2 points with the theodolite.
And you didn't understand how a spherical triangle could be drawn, did you?
I didn't.
So,
No. Like drawing a spherical triangle is
do you now
different
understand that?
than getting a theodolite out and measuring.
I understand that, but we need
an
to
angle.
go one step at a time, Bev. And you
did
didn't get
say
that,
that you
step,
did that.
you?
Can you remember
you were
that, Jim?
denying the existence of spherical triangles.
I
2
didn't
minutes
do that.
ago.
No, I didn't do that.
All right, so we've established the existence of spherical triangles. Do you
yeah,
understand how one? Do you understand how one
on
can
a
be
sphere
drawn now?
Right.
Right, so what Jem's just done, like, is the whole point of us talking was he was on a mountain and he measured angles. He's now gone to talk about spherical triangles. He's associated those triangles that he's made on the mountains in between points, associated that with a spherical triangle, which it obviously isn't. It's just a normal triangle. And now he's saying that it's all about the fact that somebody can draw what he calls a triangle on the surface of a ball. Nothing to do with his measurements that he made on the surface of the mountain, at the top of a mountain. It's but surely Jem will be able to explain that. Surely the surveyors that have told Jem that they can measure triangles at the top of mountains with more than 180 degrees will come to Jem's help. Ha!
Yeah, we need to go find a video where
be drawn
they
on
did
a
that.
sphere. The triangles, I don't think so. I have got a clip. We might be able to go back if you want to a bit later.
Yeah, that would be
Jesse.
Pure comedy right there. Watching that.
Well, Jesse's done one. He did a calculation on that other one I found earlier of him doing the plumb line one. So I didn't think he'd done it. I thought he'd passed it off to somebody else to do it, to take the heat. But turns out there's a Jesse Kozlowski plumb line deviation thing.
Oh, he must have got paid to do that.
Yeah.
Too, yeah.
You didn't understand that either,
on
did
a
you?
sphere. Okay.
Do you understand how one can be drawn now?
On a sphere.
How is that? How is on a sphere the answer to that question?
Because that's
can I
where
ask
you
a
get.
question?
Yeah, you go.
Okay, so your point that you've made before is that you cannot get an angle on a curved surface.
Yep.
So we've got a sphere upon which they have drawn, or you can draw 3 points.
Yeah.
Now, those are simply 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
Those aren't a triangle because you're not measuring straight lines with angles.
Yeah.
So what we have now here is another pseudoscience redefining of a concept, right? Because he thinks that a triangle can exist on a sphere. So even though you do a fantastic job of arguing against that, is there any technical reference that we can go to that would be in support of your position? That, okay, look.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can show you
Yeah.
right now, right? You want me to? I hope this doesn't do. You see the video? Not everybody's not roboting out or anything.
It went away, I think.
No, I mean,
away.
I've switched my video camera on.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I see it.
Yeah. So
I can't. I'm not going to be able to watch it though because whenever I watch more than one video, I get garbled up. So.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Well, I do one with the ball, right? I've got a ball with this cut out.
Travis, just turn off the watch stream and go and look at the camera.
Oh, let me get the webcam on.
Safely, of course.
Okay, I think I can do that. Okay.
Oh, I've not even got my camera on.
It is on.
Yeah, it's on.
My camera?
Yeah, it's not letting me open up the.
Yeah, I see the cube right
I'm
there.
trying to
Cut
get
out.
it on the OBS.
I see the
Perpendicular.
Going on. Oh, there you go. Right. So, can you see this, Travis?
It's a little dark. There you go.
Oh, look. Ooh, domesticated primate.
I remember this.
T-shirt. Ooh. Right, so, like that, Travis. Oh, it's coming off a bit there. See that? That's like a triangle.
That's a spherical triangle.
Right.
It may be killing Travis's audio or something because I don't hear him talking.
Well, that's your 3 points, right? Well, this, if you take it out, leaves that, right? Now, there is your angles, right? Not that. That isn't an angle because you need 2 straight sides, and that's where your 2 straight sides are.
And that's your
on the
X,
inside,
Y,
and they're in there
Z.
as well. So you can produce your angles, all of that, from extending this outwards to make a square box around it, and you extend your angles outwards. This surface that's here could be any surface. It could be square. This is just a quarter of it.
Yep. Oh
See
yeah,
that?
an 8 is the total. Yeah.
It's just a quarter of this. So this could be a square. If this was a square, it'd be like call it an 1/8, I suppose, if you do that. So when you do that, in order to measure your angle, you get a square. Then your angles are measured in there, right?
Yep.
Your angles, they're your right angles in between these straight sides. You can't measure an angle to a curve. You can't do that. I mean, it just doesn't fit. So you need that in there in order to measure the angle.
Is that a
90
foam?
degrees.
Is that a foam ball?
Yeah. Yeah. Thingy aid. It's a mathematical geometry aid made by
Travis,
me.
you can buy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, for $19.95 plus shipping.
But it would be good if you could extend that out as a square box, because then you'd see that the internal angle is exactly the same as if it was a cube.
Mm-hmm.
There'd be no difference at all. So the angles aren't measured here on the outside. You either project these outwards onto a plane. I don't know whether I've got anything that I can put up there. But you know, like if you put this on here, you build a square around it, build a box, and then all of the angles would be projected onto the outside edge, just like this. Although that's
it'd be like 4
right.
cubes on top,
That
4
would
cubes
be
on
in the
top,
middle
and
of
4 on the bottom.
And that's just that quarter piece.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, Bev.
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, it'd be like 4 cubes on top and 4 cubes on the bottom, like 8 total.
Yeah.
That one big cube, yeah.
Just like.
Yep.
Just like that.
Bam.
8 pieces. But I mean, when you here's the thing as well. When they say that is 270 degrees, right? Well, here's the mathematical part of it. In here. 3 sides. 1, 2, 3. 90, 90, 90, 90. X, Y, Z. Coordinate systems. 90, 90, 90. They're your three axes
Three-dimensional.
of rotation. That's your perpendicular or your orthogonon.
Yeah, that's the three-dimensional space
They're
of the
your
sphere.
three. Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
390s. And these, if you was to do it, you have your X, your Y, and your Z. They're your three coordinates. Coordinate planes.
I imagine some people out there probably like, whoa, oh no, they're gonna do that. Yep. That's good stuff.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll turn my camera off, right, in case it's killing you guys.
That's really powerful, having that sphere that you cut the piece out. That really drives it home. They can see it,
It's
know,
a good
what it really
visual
looks
aid,
like.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, when I saw you lift it up like that. Because they can see that's not a triangle. That you can actually hold it in your hand, and it's not a triangle.
Yeah, it's just a quarter segment of a piece.
They tried to show McToon that. Wherever they're talking to McToon, he tried to show McToon that, and he got muted. I was like, what the frick?
Yeah. This is that I think this is the sort of reason why they, if you ever go to a, let's say, laughingly, debate show like McToon's, it's entertainment. They've admitted they don't do debates. They're just out for entertainment. Now, if you ever go over there, they purposely won't let you put your camera on. They won't let you do anything like that, in case you end up showing them something that they don't want to see. I mean, nobody wants to have the friends see that.
Yeah, I think I'd call it insultainment, really.
Yeah.
Because they read the super chats out, and they get all the money, and you tell that guy he's stupid. It's just over and over and over again. But yeah.
Yeah, they actually have to fill. If you see now, they actually write in there, this is entertainment. It's not science. It's not debate or anything. It's like basically like some sort of weird roasting is what they think they're doing. Like a gag on Friends or something like that is how they've played it off.
Yeah, but I don't know if you've ever noticed it, that when they get challenged, then that's when the money comes. Because they're fans.
Like when Brian Abbott. Yeah, when Brian Abbott goes over to Jose's, it's like ching, cha-ching.
Yeah. Money man.
C4 just starts dropping cash.
I was just finished
Big
this
money.
stuff. Right, are you ready? Go back again. Spherical triangles, right, Jen?
Okay, right, good. Okay. That'll do for now.
Right, now, are you drawing triangles on balls in reality? Or are you using a particular form of geometry to do this?
Bev. No lines, just points and angles. No lines, Bev. No drawing.
You need 2 points.
No drawing, no lines.
Right, okay, so you don't draw lines, so you've just got 3 points.
Look, Bev, try and listen.
That's just 3 points.
You're measuring the angles between 3 points, usually hilltops or something like that. Okay, there are absolutely no lines. You don't draw any lines. Okay, you just measure the angles.
Yeah,
you're standing on one hill.
You do,
Let me explain it to you. You're standing on one hill. In front of you, you see 2 hills, right? That makes an angle, right?
Yeah, from one point to another.
From where you are.
So you call that a point of a triangle, right?
Well, you've got an angle now, haven't you? That's one of your angles of your triangle.
Yep.
Let's call it 60 degrees, shall we?
Oh, what's going on here? A bit of triangle stuff. Nice.
You have a point.
Now you go to one of the other hills that you were previously looking at, and you measure the angle to the other 2 hills. And then you go to the third one and you do the same.
Yep.
And you will not get 60 degrees or it won't add up to 180 degrees.
Yeah,
that tells
you'd be getting sacked, Jem, if it didn't.
I don't think that's correct. All right. Okay. If you say so.
Yeah.
No, man, come on.
Denial. Right, did you hear somebody then say, I don't think that's correct?
I couldn't connect. I'm sorry, I missed that.
I'll put it back for you because it's pretty important, right? Because Jem's just spent all of this time talking about triangles, and whoever it is that said that, he listened to him, and the conversation about triangles ends at this point.
And it won't add up to 180 degrees. That tells
you'd be getting sacked, Jem, if it didn't.
I don't think that's correct. All right. Okay. If you say so.
Yeah.
No, man, come on.
Denial.
Reality,
Jem.
No, if you go on line of sight, you're going to have 180 degrees. Line of sight all the way around, it's 180 degrees, and it's just single point.
But line of sight isn't actually how those angles are measured. They're not measured between two lines of sight. They're measured between two azimuth angles.
Right. So Jem's just spent all of that time saying that, and somebody has either been called in or something to stop Jem from sounding silly.
Yeah, a little too late for that.
Yeah.
Should have showed up 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's how Jem was explaining it, almost line of sight. Unless I was trying to make it simple, and I'm missing bits out on the way.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Right, but triangles have 180 degree internal angles, right?
And if we measure more than that on between our 3 points, then we don't have a flat triangle now, do we?
Hey, who said that? Who's doing that?
Geometry said that.
Non-Euclid.
So are you using a theodolite to do that for sighting this angle?
Why can't you use a compass?
I could use a tube on I could look through a straw on a compass.
All right. Can I have 5 seconds here?
So yeah, the obfuscation there, really. If they measure more than 180 degrees, then they're not measuring a flat triangle. Again, absolutely ridiculous statement for anyone to make, but hey, these people have spent a long time on Discord.
The two guys. The two guys said something. The line of sight is going to be a 180 degree triangle. Then the other said, well, you're going to have to take out your total station. You're going to have to convert your location into a tilted azimuth angle and then pretend like you've got a spherical triangle and pretend like you're on a ball.
Yeah. Azimuth angles.
Right.
Yeah, right. And that'll be where Kosho has his confusion. I mean, Rumpus tried to do it the other day. 2-dimensional coordinate system. 2 angles. Right? On a sphere. That's what he was showing us. He could pinpoint you anywhere on a sphere with 2 angles. Right? Somebody's been telling them rubbish that, that needs to be exposed, right? Not exposed, but I'd like to know how they do whatever they claim to do, because they're claiming some pretty fancy stuff. I mean, surely a triangle with more than 180 degrees would be easy to geometrically prove, right? Rather than just drawing a shape on the side of a ball. I mean, you can't prove anything by drawing something on the side of a ball, surely. Especially not geometrically.
Well, you could draw on the side of a ball, but then you go out in reality and you try to do the same thing, and you're not getting the same result unless you calculate and pretend once again that you're on a ball.
Yeah, but I mean, if the extent of your geometry is drawing on a ball, I don't know. I mean, what sort of rules are you going to play with, right? You can, axiom 1, I can draw on a ball. I don't know.
That's where it stops.
Yeah, that's it.
That's where, I can draw this on a ball. Okay, now go out and do it in reality. Take that same geometry and apply it applied geometry, which is surveying, and go out and do that. And you don't get the same result until you take it back to some, surveyor, and they say, well, you can't get a curved line of sight, but we can pretend like this is where you're at, and this is how you're tilting, and that straight line is a curve now.
Right.
I just got off the phone with Jesse.
Right, now this is another interesting one as well. Soundly's just got off the phone with Jesse. Remember from earlier, when I showed that I got a tweet that Slice Barcane and Aaron Burrell and Geistview had said that Jesse was retired or just a hobbyist.
Yeah, he's a hobbyist.
Right.
Yeah, that's really powerful because that's like the Rush Limbaugh skit where he used to say, "I just got the facts." He somehow people in Washington were sending him real time updates on what was going on in Capitol Hill.
Right, now listen to this. Soundly's just come back from Jesse.
With Jesse.
Carefully.
Yeah.
And Jesse says that he does survey work every single day. That is his profession. He is still active. He is not retired. He is not a hobbyist.
Okay.
And
So remember, I said somebody on Twitter had told me that he was a hobbyist. That's all I know. I only know what the things that people tell me, and that's what I said. I even showed them the tweet that these people had told, where they told me. Here we go.
And all this is coming straight from. He's linked the video. This is all coming straight from Sleeping Warrior, who's just making the raw accusation.
No, I just put it in there.
Oh yeah, it
was
sounds very much like. Sounds very much like a.
No, this is Sleeping Warrior.
What is
sounding very much like a Sleeping Warrior?
I put it in the chat.
He always has to do this.
Should I do it again?
Anyway, so you're simply wrong, and the people that are spreading this rumor are just
Slice
trying to do it to
Barcane,
discredit.
Jesse too.
I don't
but
care
I believe
who said it.
he does
they're
it
wrong.
more as a hobby. Guys says
Jesse
retired.
I do not
and it
care.
Does it
I
as a
don't care
hobby
who
now.
said it. I don't care who said it.
That's not
whoever you think is the
Sleeping
biggest
Warrior,
and baddest
though.
baller.
It's not.
Whoever you think is the biggest and baddest baller could have said it, and I don't give a rat's ass. The truth of the matter is not what you're saying, and you're simply spreading a lie at this point.
Is there a tweet? Right. So the truth of the matter is that I'd heard from Twitter that Jesse was just a hobbyist and thingy. So from Slice Barcane and Geistview and Aaron Burrell, who we call the Disco Ball Surveyor. In fact, I wonder if you can measure. Wonder why we call him that. So the truth of the matter is that I come over there to find out. Now, they've told me that he is a proper surveyor. Sounds like he's the most honest guy that you ever could be. So you've got to trust everything that Soundly says, right? Soundly says level is curved. So, he's definitely trustworthy. And he said that this was definitely coming from Sleeping Warrior. So, I wonder whether Sleeping Warrior had done a deal to get Slice Barcane to write the hobbyist thing. So that then I could take the tweet in there to show to these guys. So Soundly could then call Jesse and manufacture all of this drama just because Sleeping Warrior... He's very good at this, doing what he does, Sleeping Warrior, isn't he?
Well, with all these honest people, who can you trust?
Yeah, it must be. Definitely must be Sleeping Warrior if Soundly says it. But, it's interesting how Sleeping Warrior came into it, right? How could it be coming from Sleeping Warrior if Slice Barcane wrote the tweet? It's in the background. Tweets.
And let me guess. You know what? I'm actually going to hold you to account on this. The next time I hear you say that about Jesse, I'm just going to call you straight out as a liar. Because I know for a fact that you will say it again.
is a lie.
Are you looking in the debate chat box?
Give a rat's ass. You made an accusation about Jesse, and
I made an accusation. The accusation was Sly Sparkane said he's retired.
I saw something the other day about Jesse being a hobby. I don't remember what that was, but it was like, what? He's not a professional surveyor?
Well, yeah. I mean, who knows?
I just proved you wrong.
Right, I said
proved me wrong.
that I'd been told by someone.
And
I
now
then
you've been
came back
told
and
the
told
correction.
you who it was. It was Sly.
I don't care.
and
The
Geisty.
citation is wrong, which means he's still wrong as well.
Okay.
This is really.
I'll tell.
It's pointless. It's silly.
I did tell Sly.
What? Why is he
He's
relevant?
not retired. He has a job. He has an active job where he sets control points for bridges, tunnels, and roads right now. That's what he does.
Does he measure triangles larger than 180-degree internal angles?
On his channel. He's done it on his channel, dude.
Oh, he's done it.
Go and look at his
But
channel.
See, look, he's measured the triangles.
It's amazing.
Jem
how
says
you
he's
just
measured
got
the
totally
triangles.
thrashed, and you're just going to go ahead and try and stick to those guns. That's amazing.
Put that again.
Right.
He's not retired. He has a job. He has an active job where he sets control points for bridges, tunnels, and roads right now. That's what he does.
Does he measure triangles larger than 180-degree internal angles?
On his channel. He's done it on his channel, dude.
Oh, he's done it.
Go and look at his channel.
He's done it on his channel.
It's
Triangles
amazing
with more than
how you just got
180
totally
degrees.
thrashed, and you're just going to go ahead and try and stick
Jesse's
to those
measured them.
guns.
It's
That's
on his
amazing.
channel.
Right.
Listen, Soundly, I know.
Pointless, isn't it? It's pointless.
Oh, Lemon, shut up.
I've just
Why are
turned
you
it
here,
down.
Bev? What have you come here for, Bev? Anyway. What
Oh, is that Lemon?
Yeah.
Lemon's
what are you doing
volume's
here?
really low.
I've come to find out about the. Yeah, I do that to Lemon. It's
Oh,
sounds much better.
Oh, okay, I got you. I thought maybe he was having audio issues.
No. You can, Lemon was all the way through that. All the way through, just talking. That's why they were saying shut up. 2v2.
Oh, okay, that's funny.
Gotta say, you're blowing my mind right now.
Well, you don't need to see that. We can do that afterwards. So that's that one finished, right? So let me get over to the video pad.
This is almost like you gotta do director's notes. Or like when you watch a documentary and then at the end the director talks about what they all put in there. That was really good. I mean,
well, I've got another couple of bits on the. Can you guys see the video pad there now? Then.
Yep, I can.
Right. Okay. Let me get the video pad now. This is on the cutting table here. I don't know whether you can actually see that. No.
These telemarketers keep calling me. Sorry, I had to bounce back out and deal with that.
No problem. Right. These are some bits that I've clipped out of. This is the measuring the curve, which is the bridge that Jesse's and Soundly did the team effort on. I've picked out a few bits to make, that Jesse says, because I consider this wizardry, what's going on here at the minute, because Jesse doesn't, if you listen carefully, he doesn't say as much as you think he does. He says one thing and lets you imagine the rest. So he starts it off with this by saying things like this.
What I'm getting at here is this whole idea about perspective does not affect the actual physical location of where these corners are. The dimensions are going to be the actual dimensions no matter what the visual looks like. So keep that in mind as we start to look at some of this data and some of Soundly's pictures, because people are just really struggling with what is obvious. So
Right, nervous laugh.
So here's a small test I did.
Right, so yeah, the points of the physical points, like he says, do not change position due to perspective at all. They always stay exactly where they are. The geometric shapes do not change because you're looking at them from a distance or whatever, right? So that's what he wants you to know. And he wants you to know that before we start looking at Soundly's pictures. Because Soundly's pictures are just optical. They're not geometric. So he's letting you know right there. What you're looking at is just a picture. Doesn't mean anything. It's clever with what he says. And then he shows you something like this, and this is explaining what he does, right? So listen to this now again. This is Jesse Kozlowski explaining some of his workings. Computer freezing. It'll be getting around to it in a minute.
On the plane ride home, I did some calculations, and this is kind of rough here, but I'm throwing it in because this is going to be one of these launching points to do another video or a presentation on these results. But
right, take note of this one, Cleary. This would be DP. We're going to be doing this.
I just took the XYZ coordinates of the tops and the bottoms to determine the tilt between them, because obviously the plumb lines are inclined outward, away from each other.
Right, so he says he's done reciprocal leveling from 2 points 6 miles apart.
So those plumb lines are not plumb then? That's what he just said.
He said he's took the X, Y, Z coordinates, right? Very, very telling. There's a geometric, I don't know, like a falsification, if you will, within that X, Y, Z, once you understand the X, Y, Z coordinate. But so
he's clear about it, too.
Yeah,
he did calculations on his plane ride home.
Yeah.
He wasn't measuring anything. He was sitting there calculating things on his model.
Yeah.
But calculation, right, but again, with their pseudoscience, calculation equals measurement.
It's not, well, I mean, I suppose you could say it's pseudo.
Maybe in their head.
It's not pseudoscience, this is pseudo-geometry, right? This is a wizardry, what he's doing here. He's just going to write some numbers down, and you're going to be fooled by a magic trick. That's all this is.
Yeah, don't forget though, he did say the plumb lines were inclined.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This is not plumb.
Very important what Jesse actually says here, because I thought he'd pass this off, right? I didn't think he'd have been silly enough to do this. I thought he was clever enough to pass it on to some other dude from somewhere else, another place, maybe Maine or something, like somewhere around that sort of place. I thought that's where he'd pass this ridiculous bullshit off to, but apparently not. He's having a go at it
now.
Yeah, here we go.
Tilt between them, because obviously the plumb lines are inclined. Determine the tilt between them, because obviously the plumb lines are
right. So it's a tilt. So he's measured reciprocal angles. Reciprocal, so that means he's gone from one end and he's done the same from the other end, measuring the angle of each point at either end. I don't know why. He just likes to go.
I don't remember him doing that, though.
No.
I really don't remember him doing it.
No,
he talked about he drove on it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is something he's done as a side issue, just to sort of go, like, I did this. While I was over there, we drove over the bridge and we put that thing on, and I thought I'd like to do it didn't feel like enough. I felt like I cheated you. You must have paid me quite a lot of money to do all of this, to, do all of that in Walters, and, we've got a big team together, and imagine how much money you've got Mike, and you've got Soundly, and you've got a Marriott hotel, you've got rooms for all of the boys,
You've got the
You got
car,
years
you've got
there.
the trip, you've got we've got Walter Bislin that's having to do absolute geodetic software
Wizardry.
writing. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolute
I mean,
wizardry, I
this
thought.
must have cost a lot. So Jesse, at least he could do is throw in a reciprocal leveling thing and do some calculations on the plane ride home, right?
Yep.
Well, here we go.
Inclined
Tilt.
Outward.
So that was the point. Tilt. From one end to the other. So what's the tilt? Is it tilting up one way, or is it tilting down the other way? Is it tilting down both ways? Could be, right?
It can't be 5:30.
Him
There's no way the sun's setting at 5:30.
being a
I'm talking to
surveyor.
myself.
Away from each other. And that came out to be 5 minutes, 50 seconds of
Now, here we go. This is pure wizardry. Listen.
inclination. And what I measured was 5 minutes, just roughly 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's round that off. Those were the adjusted angles.
So you're saying that your measurement over Littleton's Bayou was correct within 12 seconds
I wouldn't
of the predicted value.
No, I didn't. I haven't even calculated what the prediction is.
Okay.
Hasn't even calculated what the prediction is.
Sloppy.
What is that?
Sloppy.
Like, he had to also calculate what the prediction would be in order to do his calculation to match the calculated prediction. Absolutely amazing wizardry.
Again, I haven't even looked at this thoroughly. I'm just showing you that, hey, I measured zenith angles. That was the tilt I determined there. And then using the
tilt, right? Yeah, tilt. Just a tilt. Measure the tilt.
GPS, I'm finding very good agreement. I would not say.
He's finding very good agreement with what?
Yeah, the language, man, is very vague.
What's he? He's not even calculated a prediction. So what's he comparing it with? Like, literally. Listen. Listen.
And then using the GPS, I'm finding very good agreement. I would not say, oh, it's good to 12 seconds or something.
Okay.
But if we want, we could round off to minutes, let's say. There's going to be a plus or minus value in the seconds column, but certainly we would say the minutes are good.
There's going to be a plus or minus in the minutes column, but the prediction will be good, right? It could be higher, could be lower, but it'll be exactly what we want because we can calculate some other sort of prediction after we've got our calculations to match. It's a globe, though.
Right.
6 minutes, let's say. Let's round it off to 6 minutes. Almost 6 minutes. Maybe not. Maybe 5 to 6 minutes. Okay, something like that. So there's that. So this see where this is going, and now that's a simple test. Obviously, now we're going to look at a very long bridge.
Right. So that's a simple test. What was the test? What exactly did Jesse just say he'd done there? Absolute wizardry, right? Anybody that believes that Jesse's done anything at all have been fooled. Next. You ready for the next one? Take that in.
I want to make mention that this thing was built back in the 50s, and it was built using old school surveying. Transits, levels.
No GPS, right?
Here is the triangulation. This was geodetic triangulation to establish control points out near the bridge, as they were using these as control marks to set out the piles and all of that. And of course, this old school methodology is still used today, except that it's not a manual transit, it's an electronic total station.
So exactly the same methods that they used back in the day, back in the 50s, when there was no such thing as GPS. Just horizontal, vertical, triangulation, angles.
They They use the horizontal measuring instrument, the transit. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's obviously, if you're doing a sighting point, so you're using a triangle. The triangle's got straight lines and also 180 degrees. If you get more than 180 degrees, you've made an error.
Right.
Because, that's it. Unless you want to go, oh yeah, we've got more than 180 degrees. But are you sure that's right? Yeah. Doesn't it sound like a bent level? Right? That's it, like, yeah, you say square, but, squares have got less than 360 degrees now, it's measured, it's not,
But the same types of surveying activity takes place to build these large infrastructure projects. So what I'm showing you here are the control points that were established using, like I said, old school triangulation.
Old school triangulation. Do you reckon old school triangulation had more than 180 degrees in their triangles, or do you reckon...
No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, they all look like straight lines and, like that. Yeah. They just look like triangulation points.
Yeah, they do.
It's weird, that. Weird.
I'm bringing this up because people lately have been saying, well, the instruments don't work, or you're looking too far, and all this. Well, these are the actual control points. And let's take a look at this particular one, number 1.
Right. Wizardry. This last bit. Play it again.
Where you're looking too far, and all this. Well, these are the actual control points. And
again.
Are those 270 degree triangles?
Hey, who knows? I mean, they could be any, really. It depends, doesn't it? Depends how long the sides are to some people.
The instruments don't work.
These are the excuses that people have been saying. I mean, who said?
People lately have been saying, well, the instruments don't work.
Who said the instruments don't work?
I didn't.
No,
I mean,
I've never
if
said
you got a
that.
broken one, maybe.
Yeah, you get them calibrated. They're spot on, right? You get a certificate. Tell you they do work. I mean, like, they're certified. So nobody's ever said that, unless you're wanting to measure a vertical angle with an auto level, then they don't work because they're not designed to do that sort of stuff.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Next one is...
Where you're looking too far.
You're looking too far. A surveyor.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
If you got a problem with looking too far, you need some glasses with that, right? You need to stop looking too far. If it's a problem, close your eyes. I mean, that'd be one of the best ones. Your hand in. Get some blinkers.
And all this. Well,
and all this.
These are the actual control points.
Yep, they are definitely the control points.
And let's take a look at this particular one, number 1.
Oh, right. So people have been saying stuff that they haven't obviously ever been saying, and these are control points. That's a wizard trick, right? Tell you something that didn't happen, and then tell you something that is true. And your conclusion at the end of it is because they are the control points, you've just dispelled the bullshit that you've just made up that people were saying. It's clever. Very clever.
Control points in the middle of a lake.
Well, you'd have to, wouldn't you? You're going to need all of the pillars and for the concrete posts and everything. You're going to need all of those control points as you're going along.
Assumably, they'd have to put them there then, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to do it as you were plotting your course all the way along. You'd start at, I don't know, it depends on the project though. You'd start at either end and hopefully work towards the centre, but you'd have to keep all your control points and all of that from the edges. I mean, if you can see it, I might leave it playing because he does go to another one, but that may be this one here.
You don't think they'd just use the water as a level then?
Well, for the horizontal they would, but that's not what any of these lines on here are. They're just the like the horizontal positional markers for where they want to keep the straight line. The height of all of that stuff would just come naturally, right? As you're doing it, you do that bit by bit all the way along.
Well, you establish a horizontal with the vertical elevation you use the water for, right? And then you establish your horizontal XY axis through triangulation. So.
Well, I know if I was building some sort of structure over water, I would use the water as the reference point.
For your vertical, yeah.
All right, yeah, here we go. This is the next bit.
Yeah, here's a little snippet of the California triangulation diagram. And here is Mount Diablo.
Can you see that? Right, here is Mount
Triangulation
Diablo.
diagram. And here is Mount Diablo.
Right, can you see that? Mount Diablo.
These are very long lines, like 100-mile long lines.
Damn, I see them pretty far.
They're 100. They look like straight lines, don't they? And that I mean, if that's how they did the triangulation, no, it's not on the video pad. I'm sorry, people who are watching it.
He does realise Earth is supposed to curve away in 100 miles at 6,666 feet.
Yeah, but see that line goes out anyway. For the triangle, it doesn't matter for the angle. It's like even if it curves in the direction that they want, it wouldn't make any difference for the angle of a triangle. If you can sight something, it's going to be a straight angled triangle no matter what. And these are all sighted points from the top of a mountain. I mean, they'll go long points, but then they'll have to correct and adjust and confirm all of these triangles that they're points that they do with another point. It's
lines. There's no question about it. It isn't a question of, oh, can they see that far and should they have gone that far? Well, they did. They do, or they did. We use GPS now, but back in the day, these lines were observed, these angles were measured, and that is what produces the maps that we have today. So that's just how it works.
Right? Did you hear that? Did anyone hear anything to do with spherical triangles in there at all?
Nope.
Right. Now, people they'll put that in on their own, right? But that's not what he's saying. He's saying that's how they make maps. They triangulate positions just like that.
He said they did. They do. They did.
He said at the beginning of that other bit, right? They still use the same methods. They just use different tools to do exactly the same thing that they did then. It is fantastic the way you take it on for what he says, and whether you take what he says or what you don't. But I mean, I consider it pure wizardry. Try this one now.
So let's see what we look at next here. Basically, I'm trying to get this view looking east from inside the Earth. So I've created a plane that encompasses the origin of the ECEF coordinates, which is 0, 0, 0.
0, 0, 0, right? What's that sound like? It's like an arbitrary point that he just makes up, right, as a datum.
And forming a triangle that way. And that's the plane that I'm in. It's almost like a section through the Earth there.
Right, so
let's see what...
We'll go back a little bit.
The rental car I had was a submarine car.
Oh, what's that? Right, so he makes this. He makes this plane here.
So let's see what we look at next here. Basically,
it, and now
I'm trying to get
making
this
a triangle.
view looking east.
Looking east.
From the from inside the Earth. So I'm
bridge,
basically I've created a plane that encompasses the origin of the ECEF coordinates, which is 0.
Right. So he makes a triangle at the bottom, and the bridge at one side to the other side is part of the plane. That they are 2 points of his triangle that he is making a plane. Can you see the plane that he's making? Right? So when Jesse, later on, I've not found the clip, but you've all heard it, 3 coplanar points. It is that plane that he's just established. And 3 points on that plane will be on the same 2-dimensional surface.
0, 0, and forming a triangle that way. And that's the plane that I'm in. It's almost like a section through the Earth there.
One plane established at one side of the lake, going from the bottom of the bridge on one side to the bottom of the bridge on the other side. One plane. Showing you magic tricks.
Look at that. You can't see any curve from the side, he says.
Yeah, he says you can't. He says that, and then he says you're making a plane on it anyway. So where would it curve be? Must be looking for that hump in the middle of his plane. What's this one?
If anybody wants to check this math, that's the chord.
If anybody wants to check this math, that's the chord, right? Because that's the only way you can do it. Just mathematically. Calculations. You can't actually check the physical numbers of it. We've already been through that bit, haven't we? But then this is the extension.
That's right.
I think.
Looks a little similar to
Jesse and his.
Looks a little similar to photography, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, don't let the cat out of the bag yet. Keep in mind, these are level. I mean, if you look at...
So, according to that, now when he made that thing from the side, he made a plane that we've just done. That line there, the blue line, would have to be the plane, wouldn't it? That he made. Because that's one end of the bridge and the other end of the bridge. So that hump there, I didn't see it on the plane. No. I mean, seems a bit silly for him to say that and that, just show the plane a bit earlier and then now show this with a big hump.
Yeah, he says something about that curve. It's funny the way he says it.
Yeah.
It sure looks curved to me. That looks curved to me. And that's all he really said.
Yeah, because he knows it's Walter Bislin, doesn't he? Right?
He's looking at the image. Yeah,
looks curved.
At these, except for the humps.
Exactly.
These are all at 5.7, 5.7, 5.7.
Right.
5.7. The thing was built to be level above that water. So.
Yep, level above the water.
Yeah.
And now look at it.
It was a plane before, and now he's saying it's level. And we're coming up.
I don't know. Do we really need to talk about the difference between level and flat?
Exactly. It's level and curve.
Do we really need to talk about the difference between level and flat?
Yeah, I would. I'd love to talk about the difference between
Well, apparently he doesn't need to because there is none.
Yeah, apart from Rumpus, who just curved flat. It's fantastic. It's really good.
It's actually amazingly level considering the distance that they had to build this thing.
telling you, it's
20
really
for 24 miles.
It's a wizard word, that amazingly level. How can it be amazingly level? It's either is level or it isn't level. There's no fantastic super level, ultra excellent level. Like you get more level. No more level.
They're very consistent, don't you think?
Very.
It's awesome. It is
it's an amazing.
It is an amazing
piece of architecture,
construction.
really. Yeah,
it is.
exactly.
The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the earth.
It is a
really
monument.
It's a man-made monument. It really
totally
is.
agree with that.
It really is.
Right. So, like, I don't know. Like, what do you think? I think this is another perfect bit of orchestrated wizardry.
Yeah. It's not just winging it.
This is genius.
This is scripted. Yeah, it's
genius.
Good stuff. If it's actually winging it, they're even better at it than I thought. But,
yeah. Listen to it again because this is masterful.
So, and you can't make this up. I mean, it's just there. It is. I mean, I collected the data, processed it, output it. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Here, and all this is just me trying to create views so you can see it. So there it is.
Yeah. You hear that?
Yeah.
All this is just me trying to create views so you can see it.
That's why I clipped it. We'll do this again because this is beautiful.
On a side view.
Oh, you're cutting out there, Bri.
He said you can't see it on a side view.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that was the whole part of this was the snooker cue thing that Mick West pushed. Right, that was obviously went out beforehand. The looking down a pool cue to see curvature, all of that is part of the wizardry. It's all part of the act. How you can see it from this side, you can't see it from that side. You know, like, and all of this flowery words to go along with it are performing the magic trick again.
So there it is.
Oh,
looks a little similar to.
No, it was here. Press this one.
Consistent, don't you think?
It's awesome. It is
It's an amazing.
It is an amazing
piece of architecture, really. Yeah,
it is. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the earth.
It is a
really
monument.
It's a man-made monument. It really
totally
is.
agree with that.
It really is. So, and you can't make this up. I mean, it's just there. It is. I mean, I collected the data, processed it, output it. That's it. Here, and all this is just me trying to create views so you can see it. So there it is.
There it is. You just can't make it up. Although, I mean, he obviously did. Bam. And I don't think I managed to get that. Try this last one.
Everybody understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're looking at your photography thinking you have...
Did you hear that? Do you want to try that again?
Understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're...
Again? When I heard this, I thought, what? Right, what's he saying?
Everybody understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're looking at your photography thinking you have somehow magically changed the shape of the bridge. It just, I don't know. I shake my head. I don't know how to I can't take that seriously, I guess. But that's what they want to do.
What do they want to do? What was that again? Do you want to hear it again?
Are they projecting?
They're trying to change the shape of the bridge.
Who?
Do
you want
flat earthers?
Try again. I'll let you run through it again.
Everybody understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're looking at your photography thinking you have somehow magically changed the shape of the bridge. It just, I don't know. I shake my head. I don't know how to I I can't take that seriously, I guess. But
Oh, I was
that's what
muted,
they want to
yeah.
do.
Go on.
Yeah. He has magically changed the shape of the bridge.
Who?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. He's talking about the
Everybody,
sound lead.
everybody, nobody, everybody
Mm-hmm.
gets upset about.
His wizardry.
Shake my head. Like, what? Nobody's done anything. It doesn't even make any sense. I'll play it again, just in case. Like, the first bit. Listen.
Everybody understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're looking at your photography.
Everybody understands this, but everybody freaks out when they're looking at your photography.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Just like a switching back and forth. Everybody knows.
Can we just discuss this
photography? Whose photography is he talking
He's
about?
talking about Soundly's
Soundly.
one picture of a bridge that they're just about to make Walter Bislin take all of the level coordinates and make a model to match Soundly's picture. Soundly's one picture. Or 3 years' work, sorry. I mean, like, you can't just put it down to that one picture. His entire body of work over the 3 years that he did this, that he couldn't remember anything about when we were just talking about it earlier.
And do we know why it looks curved when we're looking at it longitudinally?
Perspective.
No, I
Well,
will.
it's disappearing into
done
more and more denser atmosphere, which will distort it further and further along, and that's why it looks like it's curving.
Perspective compression magnifies a slight curve.
Yeah,
Mick
and
West said it.
Why, if we look at it from a side angle, it looks perfectly straight because it's all in the same layer of distortion. It's an absolute trick they're pulling on us.
Yeah, I mean, look at it.
He wrote his own program to convert them back to Latin long. He computed. He's done absolute geodetic software writing. I mean,
it's absolute geodetic software writing. I mean,
What he really said was absolute wizardry.
Yeah, he's got.
Yeah, what does those words
all the
even mean?
calculations in here.
Absolute.
Yeah.
Is there non-absolute software writing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got all the calculations in it. Like, he's got them all. He didn't miss any. So that's Soundly and Jesse. I mean, if it's still there, go and watch it, because, I mean, no doubt you could spend ages on the stuff that Jesse goes through here, picking it to pieces. But I don't think you need to. He 3 coplanar points.
No, that's what we got you for. We already just did it.
They're pretty good at it. Well, we'll give them that.
Oh yeah. I mean, this has been out there for 2 years or whatever, and I'd say they are geniuses, because they don't have a clue about geometry, but neither does anybody else. So they can practice this wizardry where they say words but mean nothing, and throw contradictions into a sentence. So they actually say both things.
Yeah.
I wanted to wonder how much longer are we going through this, because I wanted to address something on one of your last videos.
Yeah, well, I think that this is just about these videos done now, but I mean, we have got a load of pictures in the Discord. So let me see if I can get...
Surely, if there was a curvature, the best way to observe it would be from a side-on view. He shows you the side-on view, and it is perfectly flat and level. Then comes up with some cockamamie story why you can't see the curvature from the side view.
we go. Turn that off.
Bindy's on all. Yep.
Right, there we go. Back onto Discord. Over on Nips. Oh, people sending me messages. Right, do you guys don't need my screen on anymore now, do you? I'll go with the Discord screen.
All right.
I'll stop that screen. Thank you very much. What have we got? I've not looked at this. We put the Soundly pictures in, so we've got some of the pictures that we've got. I am at 4th February 1803. I think these ones are that's Mobius, isn't it? Yeah, Mobius has took some pictures. I think these are from the screenshots of Soundly's pictures of the bridge. So this is a few of the problems. I think that one of the first problems when I first saw this picture, I thought there's something wrong, and you can't really see what's wrong with it, but it just looks off. Are you guys looking at it the same as well? Because this he's put a red line across it, and that red line on the water level on one side is very close, but on the other side it's off. It looks to me like the water, it always has done, the water level's higher on one side of the bridge than the other.
I'm not sure. Where are you at? In the offing text?
Yeah, 14th of February. We posted a load of pictures on today, so it'd be the one after the one with George where he was doing his nutsack drop, but with not a curve. His advanced 2021 nutsack drop.
You're in the offing text, you said?
Yeah. Yeah. 4th of February, 6 o'clock. It is now midnight here, so we are talking 6 hours ago. Whatever time it is now, -6.
Oh, okay.
So you can see the water tower. He's got that circled, absolutely huge off in the distance. But the water level on one side is, I'm sure it's higher than the other. That's what initially I looked at it and thought there's something wrong. It's like the bridge is acting as a dam on one side. But I mean, it's one of those ones. Perhaps it's just an optical illusion that
it's a camera trick.
Yeah, I think the actual bridge curving is a camera trick. But to me, it looked wrong, and the water level on the left hand side is higher than the water level on the right. Now, if that's part of the trick, then I get it. I understand it. It makes sense that there's some sort of technique.
Yeah, there is right here. I found this the other day. I thought I showed some people this, but maybe I didn't.
Where are you on it?
Let's see. Text? I'll go in the offing text. This is how you do it right here. See the guy? He's standing in the same spot with the same buildings behind him, but they got a different lens on there.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lens that you adjust right on the lens. It's just a knob. It's just an adjustment. You can adjust the foreground and background to do whatever you want.
Here's a link to that article, which could explain it better than I can. Right underneath it. And I'll put it over in the YouTube chat.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you take the button, that he's got on his lapel, although the jacket changes colour.
Well, imagine the building back there, like the water tower. It's far away, right, with a 70 millimeter, and then 200 millimeter, boom.
Yeah. I always thought there must be some sort of a trick involved in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do it all the time, especially with bridges. There's a lot of photos. I used to have a bunch of this stuff pulled up, but you know how it is. You go through everything in the world and you don't hang on to it all.
Yeah. He's got the cell towers or whatever, and the water tower in the background. The water tower's got to be under massive magnification. Got to be. There's no way you end up with that water tower.
Yeah, you could call it lens compression. Focal length and lens compression. If anybody else out there wants to go and research it. Focal length and lens compression. God, I thought I found one here. Yeah, this is it. This is perfect. I'll just give you the link to the website. Guess what they did? Same thing with a bridge.
I get this Mick West tweet out here as well. Like, everybody's seen the pool cue, obviously. I think, hopefully, he put a little block underneath the pool cue and let it bend under its own weight, which isn't that much, and the curve goes all the way down to the butt of the cue. This is curvature here, which is obviously a part of that trick. Have you seen that? The warped pool cue? And can you imagine how you, with that, whatever photo technique it is, they've managed to do that? Because there is definitely curvature in the butt of that pool cue. There. It comes from the tip and it goes up, and then the curvature, and it comes down again. So the curve definitely goes from halfway to the bottom end. The big, thick end of the butt is curved. Well, a pool cue will not bend at that end. It just won't bend. It shouldn't anyway. So that's obviously the camera trick. Now, I asked Mick West about what's he doing with a bent pool cue, because it'd be useless if you wanted to play pool with that. You'd be no good. And he said he took the photo of his pool cue, which I slightly bent under its own weight. So it's obviously not much, and it'd be at the thin end that all the curvature would happen if it was to. The intent was to show how perspective compression magnifies a slight curve. So the perspective compression in the pool cue, not so sure. There's not an awful lot of perspective over the length of a pool cue, if you ask me. So the perspective compression must be a trick in order to be able to get the butt end of a pool cue to curve. It's not perspective compression. It's a trick, a photography trick.
Yeah, the angle.
Yeah.
As something. You're saying that pool cue, he's saying it's... What's holding down the butt end, the big end?
It's bent under its own weight. The weight of the butt ends.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
It would be sticking straight up. If there's... It looks like there's a block on the other end.
Yeah, there is. There's a concrete block at the other end, and there's a little tiny pad, right?
Then the big end would be off the ground. It would be sticking straight up.
He's saying it bent under its own weight, but
that's a pure lie.
And that's why I asked him. I was on Twitter and I saw that pool cue, and at the moment I saw that pool cue, I thought, "What the fuck are you trying to do there?" When we're like, "What's the idea?"
You made out of rubber?
Yeah, and that was the question I asked him. It's like, Mick, what are you doing with carrying round a pool cue that's bent? Like, you take that out to the club with you. You know, like, hey guys, and be like, Mick, what are you doing?
Check out that last link. I swear it'll blow your mind if you look at that last link. I put it off in text right there.
So I asked him. I said, "What are
Yes.
you doing that?" And he said, "No. I bent the pool cue, slightly bent it." And I went all the way down to the butt. He went, "No, just under its own weight." And like what you say? No way. Slightly stronger than that, but like no way. That to me, when I seen that and I saw Mick West, and I went, "Fuck off! No way." That's like you've just exposed the whole bendy bridge trick there. Like the intent was to show how perspective compression, a photography trick, has curved the butt end of a pool cue. That's so he went there to show how the trick was done, but he got a bit cocky, right? He overexposed it. Whereas he showed that there was an actual trick, because there's no way perspective compression will bend a pool cue.
You want me to tell you what happened right there? Look at that. There's a gap underneath there. You see the shadow of the stick with a gap? That's where you get the illusion in that gap.
If you look at it as well, right on the top of the butt, there is like it goes fuzzy. It's not like there's something's happened that's caused it to not be.
Yeah, you see the black part spans that gap. It doesn't look black, right? Where you're saying it looks fuzzy.
Yeah.
It's a light. There's a lot of light right there. And it's all compressed in. But if you look at that last thing I put in there, it's a bridge. The same thing that Soundly did.
Yeah. We saw that the other day on the telly, and the missus went, "That looks dangerous," and it's like, no, it's not as steep as that. It's a lot longer. It's an effect.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of trickery goes on.
Yeah, Soundly is just a magician, a liar, or whatever you want to call him. A loser, I call him. But, yeah, they're bullshitters, and, why is that? Because it's not a freaking club.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm all right with people bullshitting. It's all right.
If it's for fun.
Yeah, people can bullshit. But, I mean, I don't see how people can legitimately bullshit about something that's provable. If you find yourself doing that, then there's definitely something going on. Who's that? B Spud for life. Oh.
That's me.
All right. I thought
you went over there to Brandon's. I saw they're not having a show over there.
No, he said he had an emergency. So, but I jumped out and found a nice little rise in the road and shot the sunrise here in Texas, or the sunset here in Texas. So that was
God bless Texas.
Good.
You want to share it with us?
Well, I'm back in the truck driving now, so do that.
Yeah, that's cool.
You just have to wait for the video.
Well, I thought it was a sun egress.
Yeah, I default sometimes. Forgive me.
Lens compression.
Oh, B-Ball for Life sent us a thing from Wiki, a picture. It says, I don't know why he sent us this, but I mean, I'll read it out for you. A parallel of a curve is the envelope of a family
of congruent circles centered on the curve. It
Now,
generalizes
see,
the
yeah.
concept of parallel lines. It can also be defined as a curve whose points are at normal distance from a given curve.
Now, see, that's bullshittery right there.
Yeah, that's wizardry. A lot
He's
of
not that
words
good at it.
that mean nothing. No, I mean it's probably it's a Wikipedia.
He didn't say that himself.
No,
He's
yeah.
not that smart.
Wikipedia have made that up.
B brick. Come on, I was pretty happy with my my 3 o'clock high that I did my video with his footage, and I did the shoot off between Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson in White Men Can't Jump, and I called him. I renamed him B brick because Wesley Snipes bricked the free throw shot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking, didn't B-Ball... Did he send you an audio clip earlier?
Oh, about his missus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did she say?
It was titled. Let me check.
B-Ball for wife?
It was. I'm going from the one that he sent me. It was called Wife.
Flat Earth Wife.
Wife Flat Earth SD 360p.
Wait, he's a baller. His wife's a flat earther?
Well, that's the thing. He must have a bit of a joke. Him and his missus. Wife Flat Earth.
Yeah, she must laugh at him, I guess.
Babe, just give me like 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I mean, everybody knows
That would be pretty embarrassing
Earth
to
is
have a
flat.
wife who
Like, you
believes
gotta be an idiot, a moron, a waste of a time of a person
Yeah, really.
to think Earth is round.
Do you have that audio clip, Bev?
Yeah, I've just played it. I'll.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I'll put it in the chat for anybody else that wants to.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I was probably talking over it.
No. It was all right. It's There we go. And a flat ball. There you go. B-ball FE wife. I'm just gonna nip to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Yeah, I missed that. I might have been talking over it. Sorry, y'all. I never heard it, though. Oh, there it is, yeah. Yeah. Is this going to play or not?
Who was that? Jesus.
Oh my god, did y'all watch that? If you're on YouTube, you're missing out. Hopefully y'all heard that one. That's funny. Man, you guys are quiet.
Processing. It's like getting new information and then like looking over it and then really thinking about it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there that went on.
Oh, with the bridge?
I mean, Bev really stuck it to him, you know? It showed how they had to get pedantic on a lot of the issues with what does retirement and, mean versus.
Yeah, when you're, what was it? My grandma used to say, what a tangled web we weave when we practice to deceive.
Yeah. It really shows you that it's kind of at the end of the day, they don't have a lot going for their side, other than flat earthers are stupid, photographs from space, and why would they lie? They debunk themselves because they're lying in real time.
Don't forget, we hate science.
Oh yeah, science denial, right? That kind of is wrapped into the flat earthers are stupid.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, it's like why would they ask why would they lie about the shape of the earth?
Oh my god! Every time you say
they're
that,
lying about flat earthers.
I think of that song. You've heard that song, right?
Yeah, with a bunch of people from 24/7 did that.
Oh, is that where they're from? 24/7.
Yeah.
I've never been over there. I know chocolate, and I've seen Wits it around a little bit.
How they make themselves PhDs and rocket scientists and all that, and then call us dumb.
Yeah, they have to. They're all doctors, like on Gem Pandas. They rename themselves doctor.
No, but if you notice, they're all PhDs. I mean, paid NASA shill sounds like he can't hold a coherent sentence or a conversation with anybody, but he has 2 master's degrees. Yeah, I'll take that bet.
Oh yeah, I'll take that bet twice on Sunday, right?
To make themselves out to be something they're not. Craziness.
Crazy.
I am back. Ooh. So, anybody got any questions or anything? Because I think...
Oh, you're clipping, Bev. Sorry.
Wait a minute, let me jump out.
You might have something.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Once you've been on for a bit too long on Discord, it's been nearly been going 4 hours. Anybody got any anything that we might have missed? We got anybody, any ballers wanting to come in, or any surveyors that are keen to show us where this measured curvature of the water level is? Because I don't think it's in the actual level. Level is horizontal. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. I got to give mad props to the people who do come by and talk, At least you're not some coward out there who's scared to come and talk.
Yeah, we're only after conversation. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You might learn something. We might learn something. That's what we're hoping for. It'd be nice to learn something. I mean, we do it a lot on our own.
Yeah. It was cool talking to Gently. I know Gently went through a whole bunch of emotions. But, sorry, Spud. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask who's strangling the cat.
Yeah, Gently, he went through the 7 points, and later on he was a little bit upset about it, but yeah, it was good talking to you, Gently.
Yeah, he can come back anytime. I mean, I know he doesn't. He may not feel like he wants to come and chat, but hey, it's always good to chat about simple things.
Yeah.
And we do have a study going at the minute. Social study about basic geometry, really, and everybody's understanding of it. People have funny views about different things.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting study that we're doing.
I'm sorry, but is it my turn now?
Hell no.
It's your turn whenever you want.
Hang on one second. I'm going to post it in offing text. Have a look at that. Today.
Oh, Craig is putting he would like to tour the monument to the imaginary curve of the Earth sometime. Where is it located?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Has he gone? He has, hasn't he? Where is it, Travis? You're up there at the minute, aren't you? Pontchartrain. Where is Pontchartrain?
Louisiana.
New Orleans.
There you go. Oh, yeah, by the bayou. Jesse keeps going on about that. Louisiana. I don't think it'd be such a...
bayou.
Is Rakia still here?
No, he's gone.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
because
here.
I think he's in that
he's
area, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Potato Line.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's your stomping ground, isn't it?
And I'm posting all those pictures I took a couple weeks back.
Yeah, I was
Oh, there
looking
we
at
go.
all that, man. That's badass.
Is that the Marriott then? That the hotel, that last one you've just put in?
Yeah, I'm in a parking garage further to the west of the Marriott, but on the same, of course, on the same south shore of the bridge. And when I take my video, I can't post my video; it's too big.
No.
These are snapshots from it, but there's no curvature. The only thing is the bridge appears to rise up, and the tree line, the background appears to get lower. So they converge into one point in the distance, just like what we would expect.
Yeah.
You see the tree line by the Marriott is way above the bridge, and then on the distant shore, 24 miles away, the tree line comes down to the bridge. Just the way it works. But that day, that's one of the clearest days I've had in a long time. It's cold, clear, not much wind. You can see how high I was, kind of like what he was in the 15th story. But I was at a different angle is the only thing. And I didn't stack my photo. So to just see up above, I put Soundly's picture with his quote underneath, because I asked him, is this a photo? And he said, no, it is a stack, something. It's a stack from multiple raw photos. So when he posts that image of compressed perspective, it's multiple photos admitted by Soundly. And no one knows that.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah,
I do.
Well, I mean, we do. What I'm saying is the normies out there that are fighting for Soundly and showing all his pictures as Earth curve when they're not. They don't know these small things. That's a post-production photo.
Yeah, that's...
All the ones that I show are just clips out of my video. That's why they look real.
They look real because they are real.
Yeah. That's reality. His picture is not reality. You know how you tell? It doesn't look like reality.
Yeah.
It looks like it's been manipulated.
It looks so fake, you know it's fake.
No, I was waiting for it. It looks so real because it is real.
No, it's not. Oh, well, yeah, it is. Not his, though.
Did you see the one at 619? It's a blurry photo because it's 24 miles, but that's the water tower from about 100 and something feet up above the water. So the white thing is by the bridge. Those are the electrical towers, the electrical boxes that go along the bridge. But that blue thing right above the tree line, that's the water tower.
Yep.
See how small it is?
Yeah, you just zoom it back in.
It's not been zoomed
It's not
in
magnified.
on that picture. Yeah.
It's not magnified in this picture.
Yeah. I think that's probably how they've done it then, right? He's zoomed in to get some sort of an image that has been then manipulated as
Then you stack it.
zoomed back out. Yeah, when they stack
No,
it. Because I think there's something to do with all of the cars as well. Because the cars on the thing always look like they're driving towards the camera.
It's multiple things, but here's a couple of them. When you take it from that angle, a semi, like an arched bridge with elevated sections is going to create an optical illusion. And then also the atmospheric conditions of the day are magnifying things and creating, that mirage and illusion. So you can look at the definition of a mirage. It's optical illusions caused by atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, that's all true, Ben. But you know what he's doing with that camera? He's
enhancing it.
Yeah,
right?
he's drawing it in.
He's purposely getting that angle on 90% of his shots. When you look at the power line shots and the bridge, he's always at that particular angle.
Yeah, they always say, Rehab said the other day, you got to get up high, if you want to, basically what he's saying, to get that curve. See where, Stanley is, I don't know what your red line is there, but, he's high up where that, where you can draw those overpass things up towards the eye there.
Yeah, that line.
Because you're able to see the flat surface, right? When you're up high, you can see that ramping up surface, and you can make it ramp up even more, just like a slinky. You just bring it all in, crunch
You
it.
can look at Soundly's picture. It's not even showing the full bridge. That second tall hump with the where the boats go underneath, it's got that wood. It's got those wood pylons coming out to the left.
Yeah.
That's still 8 to 12 miles from the other shore.
Yeah, Travis, you want to talk about proximate looming?
Yeah.
That's what's going on there. He's sucking that foreground up, and then there's nothing to see behind it,
Yeah. But think about 8 more miles going down at that rate of curvature. It would be, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
From that second tall part. Now there's I think there's 5. There's two tall parts. They're like 60 feet off the water. And I know there's 3, but there might be 4 smaller ones that are just gentle humps. But that second one that looks like the water tower is right next to it. That water tower is 15 miles from that portion.
Yeah.
It's inland a couple miles, right beyond the shoreline. And that second tall part right there is about 8 to 12 miles from the shore. I think it's 8. I'd have to go back and look. But just complete that curve right there.
Yeah, you live on the planet Louisiana.
Yeah, Iberia. Yeah, you'd be so far below that tree line. You'd be, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Concave, not concave Earth, but you'd be living in the center of the Earth.
Yeah, Stanley got a lot of mileage out of that, but I don't know. When people get brainwashed by things like that, it's hard to undo.
The other thing I see in this photo, look at the sun. The sun's coming from the west, so this looks like it's in the afternoon. And on this side of the bridge, from the water, the pylons look really tall by the bridge. They're more in the shade, and they don't look as tall.
Which one are you looking at now?
Okay, his main photo with the large water tower.
Yeah.
Look at the pylons, the brown pylons that go down to the water. Look how tall they look on the sunny side, like, on the side that's closer to him. And then there's a gap of water, and then the other bridge. Look at those pylons. They're not as defined, like they're not as brown, they're not as lit up, but they look shorter. See all that distortion right there? It's crazy how much distortion is in this picture. I mean, if you really start to look at it, it's really compressed. Even the humps. Look at the length of the hump. The one closer to him is steeper and a shorter distance from the road to the top, and the other one's more stretched out. It's just angles and, lens effect and atmospheric conditions, and I mean, that's just how it is.
Well, look, you see the little white signs? I don't know what those are on the side of the bridge, the little white.
Those are mile markers, actually, I think.
Okay, well, they're not getting smaller as they go away because they're all being sucked in with that.
Look like they're being magnified, like by the sun. You know, sun's really shining on them. Right
Yeah, that's true, but it's not just that; it's the camera effect, all compounding, working together.
There's tons of things going on here.
Mhm.
See how low the bridge is, closer to you, and then how high it's almost above the trees on the other end, the road deck. It's just an optical illusion. Anytime you look over distance, especially over water, getting these just crazy effects. To be there 3 years and post this picture as Earth curve is so disingenuous. I mean, it's beyond disingenuous. And two other people model it and say they did it with GPS and all that. That's just
Yeah, Kozlowski, man, what a liar that guy is. That Kozlowski's folly. That shows you the how curved that bridge is, and how small of the little planet they would be on. And the offing text there.
That's all to fit Soundly's picture.
Mm-hmm.
He must have some pull, right? If he can take a picture and they sort of go, "Oh, we can run with that." We can.
Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Well,
Interesting.
I don't know. He might actually think that you could strap a magnetic thing to the roof of your car and drive across a bridge and survey it. I mean,
look at Smooth Potato. He's not getting curvature like that in Atlanta. Flat Atlanta.
Flat
Hot Atlanta.
You looking there, Dave? Dave.
Who's Dave?
Potato Life.
Oh.
What's up?
Potato Life. Are you looking at Smooth Potato's photos?
Oh, that's Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The traffic capital of the world.
Driven through it and flew to it so many times, I don't want to count.
Yeah, really?
It's our hub, you know, everything we do out of New Orleans or wherever we go to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Emma?
Well, if you look at it's like two cities that I took a picture of. I got another different day that I took. Same cities, better photo. But my picture's not ramping up with no humps. It's just extending out.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. But I'm glad I don't live there anymore. Too much traffic.
Yeah, if you're on the north side, it's too much traffic.
Yeah, you're down there. You're closer to me. You're a lot better off down there.
Well, I'm in McDonough.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being in McDonough.
Yeah, this is a different day. I took that picture. It's a cell phone taking a picture.
Cell phone a show like a curved horizon.
I don't know about that.
Yours isn't. Mine distorts the edges really bad. I guess it just depends on the lens, you know, the cell phone, the lens.
The lens itself, yeah.
Yeah, those are neat. That's good pictures.
Oh yeah, I got a little video that I took, and I gotta nail it down and see if this is the Blue Ridge Mountains, and I can see Stone Mountain at the same time.
Yeah, that's
weird how plumb those buildings look.
Yeah, they straight up Legos. They just get smaller in the distance. And it's funny. I give you this photo, This photo right here that's coming in. This is on top of Stone Mountain. And this is the photo of me shooting Stone Mountain. Let me see. It's too funny. Look at this, Dave.
Belu's back again, damn it.
The tilt did come out, right? Jesse did measure the tilt, didn't he? I mean,
Wow,
From the
Ren.
yeah, from the mountain to the mountain.
Where were you at when you were shooting back at Stone Mountain?
I was in the heart of Atlanta, so it's 14 miles away.
Yeah. So where's
14
gravity?
miles away.
Why is there a lump of rock sitting there? Shouldn't gravity have flattened that thing out?
No, the gravity itself, I'm not worried about because I don't believe in that. But the thing is, the horizon is still behind the mountain. That's cell phone.
That shot from Stone Mountain back to ATL.
Yep.
That's wicked. Did you just do that recently?
No. A friend of mine, she was up there. She took the picture. I took it off her Facebook.
Man, if you had a good camera up there.
Oh
Hey, I should do that.
Remember, Travis, it's not Stoned Mountain. You'll fall off.
No, seriously, Redmond, tell me where to go. I'll take a shot.
How steep that mountain is.
Go to Atlanta and you'll see the big rock.
Yeah.
Well, I know where the mountain
You can't miss it.
You'll run into it, man.
Look up. There's also a big quarry there. They have a huge hole right there too, right by the city. Like they mined something. I don't know what it was. Right when you're flying into Atlanta City, it's huge, amazingly deep.
Oh, that's up in Cummins, where they do a lot of mining. I used to make deliveries there. I mean, that hole is deep. Makes the it makes those excavators. I'm talking about the big boys, like the trucks. The trucks are so tall. The tires are way taller than you. Everybody. And when the trucks go down in that big old hole, they look like little Tonka toys rolling around in that hole. It's so big.
What you got going on there, Bev? Are you still alive?
Yeah. I'm just sending some pictures out on Twitter to some of the hate fans that we have.
What's up with DP, man? I thought he was going to be hosting the show here, but he must have gone to sleep.
Yeah. Tired.
He's not a night owl, but he is an early morning owl. Early bird.
Shoot, did you see what I caught this morning, Cleary? Oh man, hold on, let me get it for you.
Well, maybe I did. I don't know. It was a long time ago.
No, this is sunrise. Hold on a second. Am.
Yeah, like you said, a long time ago.
Yeah.
Is that what Stone Mountain's like now?
Yeah.
No way.
That's what it looks like.
I've got a picture of that.
Well, he's down on that low angle.
Yeah, but that
He's
doesn't
not
look
getting
anything
clear.
like. Let me.
You see in the chat before the sunrise.
Yeah,
I stopped at a light and took a picture of it. I was like, man, I got to get there and see that.
Yeah, beautiful, man.
Got a couple more photos. Let me see.
Georgia Tech.
Yep. Like I said, a lot of people just need just kick back and just take a lot of things in for what it is. This is a different day. Let me see. Totally different day. Sunrise. Come on, phone.
Right, here's a couple of pictures that I've got. There's another one coming. That's the older one. That's probably a drawing, but
No, that's not a drawing. It's a picture.
yeah, there's loads more people though. They've changed it if it is.
That's not right.
Yeah.
No, it's just like 4 dudes on there, whoever they are. I can't remember who they are.
It's Andrew. I think it's Andrew Jackson, Stonewall, and damn, it's been a minute. Man,
Who was the president of the
who was
South?
all supposed to be up there, but they wanted to blow the face off that mountain, and I think it's let it be.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
ridiculous. They want to erase history so that we end up repeating history. Real smart.
Well, I mean, repeating history is not that. It's like every 20 years, school itself is being taught differently as far as like things that you learn.
Jefferson Davis, Robert E. Lee.
Jefferson Davis.
Yep. Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson.
Yep.
The largest shrine to white supremacy in the history of the world.
I wonder who wrote that one.
Is
Oh my
so
gosh.
criminal, man. That is so criminal.
White supremacy. That's stupid.
Yeah, but like, that's what I'm saying. You erase all history, and then one day you have the same thing occurring, maybe with a different group,
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, whatever happened, I think we all agree a lot of the history's terrible, but if you erase it, it's bound to happen again.
It's good to look at it and say, yeah, man,
This is what you don't do.
Yeah, we're not like that anymore.
Well, I mean, when if you ask anybody now what the Civil War was based on, it was all based on slavery. But it was all about the South stealing from the North's heavy-handed taxation.
I've only known
money.
Money.
It's always money.
The Confederate money.
It was all commercial.
Once the South started printing their own currency, they were like, nah. We're the World Bank, dude. We've been here long. Yeah.
That's what all wars are for. If you're not using the bank they want you to use, they're going to come bomb you.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Civil War.
Yeah. Ask Gaddafi.
Yeah. Poor guy.
Other people I won't even mention. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Money.
So yeah, right now I'm trying to talk to a guy and see if I can give him my my time lapse camera and see if he can set the time lapse camera out in that building and just catch that sunrise in a time.
All right, dude. All right. Did Sally take that picture of those mules right there? Because that shit looks fake.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that. Is it fake? I don't know. I've not got a clue. Either really small people. Very clever photography. They're not horses. They look like donkeys or some sort of a crossbreed.
Yeah, it's a mule.
Mm.
Cross between a horse and a donkey. But I have never in my life seen anything that big.
Yeah. I bet
maybe they're kids.
Really good.
I think they're kids. Right? Yeah, they're just kids dressed up, kind of looking like men, but that's what it is. All right, well, I have to go do some stuff.
Yeah.
All right, now.
I think I'm gonna shut this off, but I'll put that video out. If anybody wants to watch it, go over any bits of it.
I'll probably watch it.
I'll probably watch it.
Yeah, DP there. Are you there, DP? We got a meme for it, a thumb.
Which video are we talking about now?
The one we've just been over.
Okay. Damn, smooth potato. Where did that come from?
That was at Tobby Island.
Wow, dude. That's where I live. Oh my god, we got Are you shitting me? I should be down there filming that. But they made me
that was nice one.
Oh, that is epic right there.
Oh yeah, it was freaking nice. That was a first sunrise with different set of eyes. How about that?
Beautiful.
Yeah, with new eyes, yeah.
Yep. Knowing what I'm looking at. It was awesome. Let's see if I can get you some more pictures. Because as far as like looking at the hold up. See, like from my pictures, I guess it's like dirty air. I'm not gonna say dirty air, but it's like the air quality is just different. And seeing like the clouds and seeing just the sky itself, totally different when you're near the beach itself versus the city. You see that now?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the clouds.
Yeah, there's
Totally
upper
different.
level clouds get illuminated by that sun. I see it all the time.
Yeah, but it looks like the clouds themselves is touching the ground. They're so low, but it wasn't foggy
Yeah, I saw that in New Mexico today.
on the second picture.
Oh, the second one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the sky is reflecting, yeah. I don't know. What the hell? It looks like a city in the clouds right there or something.
Oh yeah, I hadn't seen clouds like that since me going to the beach and with mom and dad, and seeing the sun bouncing off the clouds like that. Never had put nothing in my mind to even think about anything, but these clouds, wicked.
You know, you convinced me to get a decent camera and wake up early on Saturday and get on the beach. That is so cool.
Man, get you a DSLR.
Hey, Cleary, I'll
I
send
have
you the.
I
I've
have
got a
a
DSLR. I'll
Nikon
send you.
5200.
A DSLR, is that just for like regular?
Yeah, you can change out the lenses.
No,
and
I
whatnot.
bought my camera. I bought my camera from a pawn shop. It's not
Mhm.
like it's not nothing like the P900 or P1000. But all these pictures I'm putting up right now, this is with my cell phone. And the DSLR, you can attach more lenses to it, but it's just now that I finally got my camera, I'm ready to go back to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Do a time lapse with that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah.
You know what
More
sucks
pictures.
down there though is like parking and all that crap. But like if you get down there early, you could be the first one out there and hang out for a while until it starts getting a little too hot. You know, around 11, something like that.
Oh yeah.
The only thing about
Nice
the
picture, Dave.
DSLR, Cleary, is you can't shoot video with it.
Yeah, there's still shots like these right here, man.
Well, it's like I said, looking at the clouds and just seeing them, that was wicked to me. I never seen clouds look that low in the sky.
You know what's kind of cool about the DSLR though, right? Is you could be down there live streaming yourself like you do with your cell phone because you can't live stream on your P900. Like a lot of people are like, "Hey, why don't you live stream your P900 footage?" You know. But
No, what I did
Can you
was,
not?
I think on that day, I live streamed on my cell phone. And,
Yeah.
and Bev, Emma, and I think Curious is there and played, and they watched sunrise with me just as well.
Yeah, from your phone. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
That's a nice shot, that last one there, Dave.
Yeah.
Some fancy colours in that.
Oh yeah.
That
That's
more
the same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that one.
Really.
We don't get water like
Yeah.
that.
It's freaking awesome. That's a save there, Dave. I'm saving that one.
This one is enhanced.
This one's
Yeah.
in New Orleans. Wow. Yeah. Huh?
Right, yeah,
Potato-
I'm going to shut it down.
All right, yeah, I got to roll. See y'all.
Yeah.
Catch you guys later.
All right.
We'll catch you next time. We'll be back probably over the weekend sometime.